Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's do this. It's the Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube, where just yesterday somebody was so kind enough to tell me via Twitter that with the new lighting, you can see me going bald. Thank you. That's so great. You can see my hair thinning, which is really nice. Thank you for just taking the time to point that out. I don't know. You can see more. Is it thinning? Can you tell? Is my hair thinning a little bit on top? Is it starting to thin?
No.
Okay, thank you. I mean, for most of my life, I'm 47, almost 48. For most of my life, I've had to literally get the barber to thin my hair with those thinning shears each time I go. So if at 47, nearly 48, it's starting to maybe turn into like a normal amount of hair on my head, like a normal thickness, great. Yeah, I'm in on that. But thank you for pointing it out. It really feels good. So I appreciate somebody taking the time to do that. Anyway, you can find all the shows on YouTube. There nearly wasn't a Mike Salk appearance this morning, as I almost overslept after taking a NyQuil last night. But I rallied. Only about 5 minutes of a late wake up, but it scared the crap out of me and breezed through my shower, and everything else got here very, very quickly. So I'm glad I made it. And there's plenty to talk about. Starting with you, Lyle. No, I'm just kidding. What's up, man? How are you? Are you okay? Are you suffering after the Team USA loss?
The whole thing's been kind of ridiculous, if we're going to be honest. Not losing to Italy, but everything else. We'll see what happens today.
I mean, if Mexico wins, they're out. Unless they win in a really high-scoring game, right?
If Mexico wins and scores 5 runs.
Yes.
If Mexico wins and scores 5 runs, the USA is good and they move on. If Italy wins, the U.S. is good and moves on. But if Mexico wins and scores 4 runs or less, they're out.
They're out.
Yeah.
What are you rooting to have happen?
Well, I want to see the best teams get through it. So I want to see the semifinals be the U.S., the DR, Japan, and somebody else, because I want to see the best team square off. That being said, if the U.S. doesn't advance out of pool play, this is 100,000% their fault.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of things. First of all, I mentioned the other day, they all kind of, they just kind of look awkward, like kind of pretending that they're all a team and like not that they're tight. I mean, I thought they looked a little tight yesterday. No, right? Like at times it's looked like they're not taking it seriously. At other times it looks like they're a little tight. They end up, losing to Italy. They came back after being down 8-0, only to strike out with a man on base in the 9th. It was Aaron Judge, which just kind of made it funny. But yeah, and then you get into this whole Mark DeRosa saga. And I love Mark DeRosa. He's a great baseball analyst and a great guest, and he was a fun player. But it sounds like he honestly thought they were already in the quarterfinals and didn't need to win yesterday. How does that happen? How is that possible? And it's turning into a bit of a scandal. So he says all of this on MLB Network on their Hot Stove show.
Absolutely. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to get some guys off their feet. No question about it. I'd like to get Goldie a start. And, he has been awesome. Just a leader of men behind the scenes with Aaron Judge. I'd like to get him in there. I'd like to get Gunnar in there again. Ton of respect for Italy. It's weird. We want to win. We want to win this game, even though our tickets punched to the quarterfinals, because Mexico plays Italy actually tomorrow. So the way the schedule lines up, this is an important game for us. Nolan McLean will start. He's on the bump and he's good to go.
I mean, also funny that he said punching tickets, right? Given that that's like the one thing we know about him since he had come. We found it so entertaining a few years ago when he was.
I think that was you and Justin.
I guess that's true. Yeah, Lyle, were you here for the Matt Brash punches ticket stuff? He's punching tickets. Like, that was the thing we loved about Mark DeRosa, is he kept saying about Matt Brash that he was punching tickets. And then
I've heard Brash say punching tickets, but I haven't heard DeRosa say it about Brash.
We've got so much sound in there. Maybe more. We'll find some while we're hanging out here. But he's punching tickets. It was like his line about Matt Brash coming up with strikeouts. We thought was hilarious because he sounds like Jim Florentine. And then,
which nobody else knew or cared about, but Justin and Salk thought was great.
Well, you didn't know or care about it. There were other people in the audience.
There were not many people on the text line that knew who that was.
I mean, he's a pretty famous comedian, so a lot of other people thought that was funny. In any event, then Mark DeRosa afterward. Well, first of all, MLB Network scrubbed it, so it's gone. It's off their MLB.com, MLB Network feed. It's all gone. You can't find that video anymore other than the people who thankfully preserved it. They made it private on YouTube, which is absurd. All that does is make you look worse. And then poor Mark DeRosa, I don't think this sounds as bad as it actually sounds, but here's what he said afterwards.
True? Yeah, I misspoke. I was on hot stove with a couple buddies today and completely misread the calculations. We knew that Mexico was going to play Italy and then running all the numbers with if we lost tonight with the runs allowed and runs scored and outs. So I just misspoke.
He says misspoke. Honestly, I don't think that's what he means. I know what that sounds like when you read the quote. I just misspoke. It sounds like he knew it, but he said the wrong thing. Listening to him, I think he's saying he actually just didn't know. He screwed it up. I think he's using I think now he's misspeaking, if that makes sense. Because I think listening to him, he's saying, we ran the calculations and we were wrong. Don't you think?
Yeah, he didn't know something. He was clearly not prepared for something because, look, this gets into some of what's starting to drive me crazy about this whole Team USA debacle. But not only were Ernie Clement and Paul Goldschmidt in the lineup playing, which is crazy considering for as nice a guy as Ernie Clement's supposed to be, he has never been an above league average hitter in his career. Why are these two guys on the roster? Like, I just have to ask that. Where are Trey Turner and Kurtz? Why are Paul Goldschmidt and Ernie Clement on this roster? And that comes back to DeRosa. Is he picking this roster out? Because these aren't the best players.
I don't think he is. I mean, generally, there's a GM of a team like this. I don't know who the GM is of Team USA. Like, I know Ned Coletti, the old Dodgers guy, was the GM for Italy, right? Wasn't Nelson Cruz at one point the GM for the Dominican? Not this year, but in the past. Like, I think that's a different job. So I don't think that's DeRosa. I'm sorry, I don't know who it is.
Michael Hill.
Okay, I don't know who Michael Hill is, but yeah, all right. So
veteran MLB executive, it says.
I don't know that. Do you know who Michael Hill is? I don't know that name.
No.
I'll have to go back and look and figure out who that is. But
like, again, Paul Goldschmidt might be a Hall of Famer when it's all said and done, but now in his career,
right,
he's playing, and you've got Kurtz, who had this jaw-dropping year, not on the roster. You got Pete Alonso not on the roster. I mean,
yeah, I got to imagine
Turner,
it's like a veteran, Trey, I don't know. You know what? I got nothing for you.
Like, Trey Turner said the call never came. I was waiting. Call never came.
That is so bizarre.
It doesn't make any sense how this roster got picked, which then you pair it with every other storyline that's come out in the World Baseball Classic about Team USA, and the off-field stuff's overshadowed the on-field stuff. You've had this Tarek Skubal start thing with the 55 pitches against Great Britain, and then Scott Boras saying, yeah, that's it, he's done. And they call this phony press conference. So it's like, well, he's going to think about it. He's going to put some more time into it. And then it's like, oh, no, I'm done. There's that. And then there's the Bryce Harper comments. And then, look, I put no blame on Cal with this, but there's the Cal Randy thing. And then there's just all this DeRosa stuff.
I thought the Cal Randy thing wasn't anything.
It wasn't.
That's not what you just said a second ago. You just listed it as one of the things.
Well, I'm not putting it on Cal, but like it became a story in the public.
I thought you said it wasn't a story.
It doesn't have to be put on Cal to be a thing.
It's not a thing.
We might have trapped Lyle on this one because yesterday I saw your video. You were saying, as we always said, this is not a thing. So that's the last thing to kind of get to here. I'm not going to rake Mark DeRosa.
You often hold press conferences and answer a ton of questions about things that aren't a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. I'm not going to rake Mark DeRosa over the coals for the entire day, although he definitely probably deserves it. Lyle, I watched your video. So Cal spoke yesterday. I'm going to play you guys all the sound and need to know, and said, hey, there's no beef here and we're moving on. And, Randy and I are teammates and everything will be fine. I hate that this is a story. It is a story. It is a thing. It may turn out to be fine when it's all said and done, but don't tell me it's not a thing. Of course it's a thing. Randy Arozarena.
Jeff Passan's reporting on it. It's a thing.
Randy Arozarena, regardless of whether you think that, he was in the right or the wrong, regardless of whether you think Cal was in the right or the wrong, regardless of whether you think they'll be friends again when they get back to Peoria, or whether they're going to have to work things out or what they're going to talk about. Randy Arozarena said things to a reporter in public, on video, in the press, that I have quite literally never heard from a single other major leaguer in my life. In my life. And I did text Passan just because I was like, hey, maybe I'm forgetting something. Jeff, can you remember anything like this? No. Zero. Now, Jeff, by the way, also agrees with you, Lyle. He doesn't think it's a huge deal. So I'm not trying to misrepresent what Jeff had to say. He does not think this is a huge deal. But neither of us could come up with a single moment in either of our lives where one major leaguer said something like that about another publicly, whether they were enemies or teammates. Zero. So there's no precedent for this. Maybe it works out. Maybe it doesn't. I think it will. Yeah, I think they could probably get it to work out. I don't think they're going to have to trade Randy before the season starts or anything like that. But anybody who says they know how this is going to end, I mean, what else? Look, Cal gets credit. Masterclass in how to handle a situation like this. I thought everything he said yesterday was spot on. But you're telling me, Lyle, and anybody else out there, you're now 100% sure that this works out just fine? How could you be? It's never happened before.
I'm going to stand by what I said yesterday. I think in 2 days, this is done.
I mean, I agree with Lyle on that part just because I think we know who Cal is. He says he apologized, so hopefully Randy will accept that. And I don't think Cal will hold any ill will. I think he knows how important it is for the team that he doesn't do that. Like we always say, he's considered the de facto captain.
I think you're right. Publicly, he won't.
But I don't agree that it was nothing to begin with.
If I were in Cal's shoes, by the way, I don't know that I would have been able to bite my tongue and say the things that Cal did yesterday because I'm not quite a leader that Cal is. I give him a ton of credit for saying everything he said. And you're right. Because Cal, I know, has a higher goal this year than like beating Randy Arozarena. He's trying to win a World Series. And the best way to do that is to say and mean everything that he said and meant yesterday. We'll see if everybody else feels that way. We'll see how Randy feels when he gets back. And even if Cal is able to put all those things aside for the good of the team, it sucks that he has to. We're going to take a break. I got to come back, give you guys everything you need to know. I'll play you the sound from all of this. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. We're showing you the green for St. Patty's Day. Right now, find your pot of gold with exciting savings on saltwater hot tubs. Best of all, you'll get 5 full years to pay for it interest-free. Wow! Don't let your luck run out. This limited event ends St. Patrick's Day. Visit us today at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Great decisions start with knowing your options. Lake Washington Windows and Doors are built to perform. Their windows are 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards, cut noise up to 50%, and are designed with low-maintenance, clean glass technology. While most window frames are hollow, theirs feature Comfort Core insulation for superior energy efficiency. Find your pot of gold with up to 20% in savings and 12-month financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com. A name you can trust.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss the all-sound plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have at least 1 month worth of food in your pantry? If not, you should definitely go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. My Patriot Supply is America's #1 supplier of long-term storable food. They've helped over 3 million Americans get prepared. And for a limited time, when you order their best-selling 4-week food supply, you'll get an additional week of food absolutely free. There's no catch, but act fast because this offer ends soon. Claim your free emergency food kit now at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Cal Raleigh addressing the Randy Arozarena comments yesterday. Certainly worked hard to downplay them.
There's no beef. I love Randy. When we're back in Seattle, he's my brother. He's family. We're all in it together. Just like I'm here right now with Team USA, and I got no hard feelings towards him. Like I said, I don't see this being a thing at all, and it is what it is.
He then went on to say that he had talked or at least gotten in touch with Randy.
I reached out to Randy, and I told him essentially, sorry if if you felt disrespected or whatever it may be, but it's just we're just playing the game, and I think he would want the same if I was his teammate. We were playing somebody in a playoff game, and he'd want that same kind of energy from me. So I think that's kind of how I see it, and I reached out and put it to bed. I think I love Randy. Like I said, I got no beef at all. So.
Well, good for him. As I said, a masterclass from Cal Raleigh. That's exactly the things he should be saying. As for whether or not, is the reality, I guess we're going to wait and find out. As I said, I've never heard anything like that from one major leaguer talking about another. Meanwhile, the Mariners, who are left with the team, did get a win yesterday. I know the results don't matter much, but still nice to see. Cooper Criswell pitched well again. Las Montes checked in with a couple of doubles, so some good news there. Not so much for Team USA. They lost. They were down 8-0 early to Italy. They stormed back to make it 8-6. Down 2, man on, 2 outs, 9th inning. Aaron Judge at the plate.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Judge swings and misses, and Italy has pulled off a stunner.
Oh, that's a shame. Poor Aaron. He ends up striking out to end the game. That's not even really the story. Mark DeRosa appears to have thought they were already in the quarterfinals, regardless of what happened in the game. It turns out that's not true. They either need for Italy to beat Mexico today, and then they'll be in, or they need Mexico to win while scoring 5 runs or more, right? So we'll see what happens. There are going to be some very anxious Team USA players, fans, and certainly managers who are watching that and hoping things go the right way.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, some breaking NFL news just a few minutes ago. Here's Ian Rappaport.
It is not hypothetical. It is real. The Baltimore Ravens have agreed to terms with Trey Hendrickson on a 4-year, $112 million deal. This is something that Hendrickson has been holding out for, this kind of money on a multi-year deal, the kind of security that he's wanted, the kind that a top edge can make. And he now lands with the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, and the reason that the Ravens could do that is that yesterday they backed out of the deal for Maxx Crosby. Crazy. Backed off the trade, said that there was a medical evaluation, and at that point they said no. Was it something new? Maybe. Or was it that they've had an opportunity they felt to go get Trey Hendrickson for less money than they would have originally thought, and they jumped on it?
How quickly this happened definitely makes it look like the latter.
It sure does. I mean, they could have pivoted. It is possible. I'm not saying it's what happened, but it's possible. They saw the medicals, were like, nope, and they're like, okay, well then let's end this thing right away and go get Trey Hendrickson. But it's also possible that they just were like, yeah, Trey Hendrickson's market isn't what we thought. Let's go grab him.
The reports even before this happened was that Trey Hendrickson was probably going to sign today, and he had teams with offers already. So they had to come in with teams already having made him offers and get that done basically in like 8 hours.
Yeah.
If you believe that.
I'm not saying I believe it. I do think it's possible, but I'm not saying that I believe it. Anyway, Maxx Crosby's available in a trade. The Raiders have said they're going to honor all the other moves they made, but if you want Maxx Crosby, I would think that what you would have to give up to get him is a whole lot less than it was a week ago, and I would certainly hope that the Seahawks are right there having those conversations and maybe even trying to get a deal done.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Absolutely absurd loss for the Kraken last night against a Nashville team that looked to be dead in the water. They came out, scored twice in the first period, dominated. Capo Caco, Matty Beniers did the honors. And then it just turned on them. They were awful in the second period. They gave up 3 unanswered, couldn't put it back together in the third, and they end up falling 3-2. Just a massive opportunity missed with LA and San Jose both losing, and it doesn't get easier. They host Colorado tomorrow, one of the best teams in the league. They do get Vancouver at home Saturday, and then Florida this weekend. Ugh. No thank you. And then somebody named Bam scored 83 points last night to pass Kobe Bryant for second place all time in a single game. I don't know who that guy is.
Adam Bio?
Yes, you do.
The hell I do. Who is he? I'd never heard his name before yesterday. He scored 83 points in a game?
I think you chose to not ever hear his name.
Maybe. Has he been a good player for a while?
Very good.
Has he won a championship?
He got to the finals with the Heat, and they lost.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, that's everything you need to know, and something I didn't know. Right here every day at quarter past every hour. Has he been in the league for a long time? Is he a Kentucky guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's a Kentucky guy.
I think I have that right? Kentucky? Here, I'm looking it up just because.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Just,
what I thought.
I mean, only 1 year, but yeah.
That sounds kind of familiar. He was one of the Calipari Kentucky guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That sounds kind of familiar. Was he ever that good, though?
He's made 3 All-Star games. He's been like top 10 in Defensive Player of the Year a bunch.
Defensive Player of the Year? That doesn't tell me he's going to score 83 points in a game. Crazy. Good for him. That's a lot of points.
He's averaged 18 to 20 a game for most of his career.
All right.
Now, that's not 80, but he's good.
He's not averaging 80 a game. That would be impressive if he was. That would be a conversation. I probably would have heard of him, I think, at that point. All right. Let's see. We're going to talk about all this stuff today. What a day. I mean, between the potential now for a Seahawks Maxx Crosby trade and whether or not that's something you would want to get involved in, I would, although obviously the medicals are something you would want to know more about. Randy and Cal, and Randy saying this is, or rather Cal saying this is no thing. By the way, where's Randy? Is Randy going to talk about this? Like, you've had 2 days, man. Put out a statement. Do something. Where's Randy on this? I can't believe he hasn't said anything yet. So hopefully that something will come out at some point today. We'll be discussing. Poor Mark DeRosa. Whew. He went from hot stove to hot seat all of a sudden, so as all eyes are on him. And in the middle of all of it, you got NFL free agency. Rick Woolen, by the way, moved on yesterday. He has a 1-year deal now in Philly. So we had an opportunity to talk to Chris Canty, who was great. If you missed this yesterday, you're going to love this guy. Great energy, great insight. Coming up on Brock and Salk.
NFL free agency is underway.
Walker finds a gap, 40, 35.
Ian Rappaport, the Chiefs are signing Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker.
3 years, $45 million.
The worth of K9 to the market was far greater than the value that it could be here. I thought John laid that out really well last Thursday with Dave and Bob.
What's his value for us, and how do we fit that in?
What's next for the Seahawks?
$58 million in cap space right now. You have guys locked up for a couple years.
We're the home of your Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest, come with no charge.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Great decisions start with knowing your options. Lake Washington Windows and Doors are built to perform. Their windows are 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards, cut noise up to 50%, and are designed with low-maintenance clean glass technology. While most window frames are hollow, theirs feature Comfort Core insulation for superior energy efficiency. Find your pot of gold with up to 20% in savings and 12-month financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com. A name you can trust.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates and other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
Join the Seattle Sports Commission for a star-studded fundraising event featuring the athletes and icons of Washington sports. Experience red carpet interviews, sports exhibits, a silent auction, and live awards show. Created for the sports community by the sports community, all while supporting the nonprofit power of Seattle sports. Don't miss your chance to be among the stars on March 13th at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year presented by Microsoft. Get your tickets now at seattlesports.org.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
This season, go electric with Toyota's BZ lineup, available now at Toyota of Kirkland. Instant power, smooth acceleration, and a quiet ride that feels like warm-ups before the stadium fills. Come in, take a test drive, and experience the future of driving for yourself. You can take home your new BZ the same day right after you test drive it. Charge up this season at Toyota of Kirkland and visit them today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this: do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models except for the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
O'Brien.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Always fun, Brock, when we get to talk to someone that we've never had on the show before. Now, in this case, we have spoken to Chris Canty. We've been on his show, Unsportsmanlike, which precedes us on ESPN Radio and here on Seattle Sports. We did that together at the Super Bowl, so that was super fun.
Well, let's be clear. You were very motivated in that conversation. You made sure to bring up Big Cat, Leonard Williams. You really played to Chris Canty.
I tried. I did the best I could. But, we've talked to Evan. We've talked to Michelle. And finally, we get Chris Canty, 11-year veteran in the NFL, defensive lineman, Dallas, New York, Baltimore. Chris, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Boys, thanks for having me on the show. Always love hopping on and talking ball with you all. Just know that I would have you on my show more often if it wasn't for Evan Cohen.
Right. Yep.
That guy, it's a lot to deal with. He's a prima donna. Yep. I want you guys that actually know football to come on our show rather than just having him bloviate every single weekday morning from 6 to 10 a.m.
Well, and I've got to say, I'm just excited. I'm surprised when we booked this, Maura put together your bio, and I thought we were talking to the other Chris Canty, the old cornerback from the Patriots and the Seahawks. So I was shocked to find out that it was this Chris Canty.
Yeah. No. I'm actually one that won a championship in the NFL.
I grew up in New England. The other Chris Canty is like one of my least favorite players I've ever watched. And I just think it's remarkable that there are two people with the name Chris Canty who made the NFL at different positions. But anyway, that's not what you're here for. Let's talk some Seahawks and free agency in general. Yesterday, Hawks made 2 moves, brought back Rashid Shaheed and brought back Josh Jobe. They let Ken Walker, Boy Mafe, and Kobe Bryant go. What did you make of that?
I like them bringing back their top 3 corners from a year ago, trying to keep as much of that secondary intact. And, of course, I love Rashid Shaheed getting paid his money. You made the trade for him midseason. It actually panned out. The guy returned multiple kicks for you, made a lot of explosive plays throughout the postseason. I thought that was a no-brainer. I would have actually loved to see that move get done earlier in the process, potentially before the end of the year, similarly to what the Jacksonville Jaguars did with Jacoby Myers. They identified a player of need. They brought him in. It worked with their quarterback, and they ended up extending him. And while it would have been a lot less expensive than waiting until the eve of free agency. Needless to say, the Seahawks got it done. It was the right move. And you got to feel good about the reigning defending champs going into 2026. I feel like there's a lot of disrespect toward the Seattle Seahawks when everybody starts talking about the LA Rams, the San Francisco 49ers, Chicago Bears, so on and so forth. The Seahawks are the champs until somebody beats them, and they deserve that level of respect.
Why do you think they get that disrespect?
I think a lot of it has to do with their quarterback. And I don't understand why people can't come around on Sam Darnold, even though the guy just showed you that he can play football, and the beginning portion of his career was more to do with the environment rather than being an indictment on his overall abilities. Sam Darnold has shown across 2 different franchises that he can be the most winningest quarterback in the National Football League. No quarterback has more wins over the last 2 seasons. And, oh, by the way, he has a championship to boot. I don't understand why people are still riding the fence when it comes to Sam Darnold's ability, but I think that is the genesis of the disrespect toward the Seattle Seahawks.
So, as somebody who, as you just said, won a ring, how do you keep a Super Bowl team, if not together, a franchise continuing to compete for Super Bowls after you start experiencing the necessary or almost mandated drain as the NFL salary cap starts to suck people away from your roster? What do you believe is the best philosophy for staying on top?
Well, we just touched on it a little bit with the Rashid Shaheed. Identify and pay those guys early. The players that are going to be a part of your core, the players that are going to be a part of your identity as a franchise, making sure you take care of those guys sooner rather than later. There are some players on the Seattle Seahawks that you're looking at that are going to be contract extension eligible in short order, and the Seahawks need to think long and hard about making sure they get those deals done with those guys so they don't have to worry about contending with top-of-the-market prices and the inflating salaries as the salary cap continues to go up and up.
Chris, I'm curious here. We've been doing this, Salky and I, for like 17 years here, and you and the crew have gotten after it, done a great job as you guys have ramped up and started the morning show and getting it going. I'm curious what you have learned, maybe even about the game or the league, looking at it now through the optics of a morning show every day for 4 hours a day.
Well, what I learned is a lot of the decisions that are made when it comes to player acquisition are reactionary. A lot of the decisions that are made when it comes to coaching are reactionary. And it's interesting that you asked me this question, Brock, because we had Adam Schefter on a couple of months ago at the end of the regular season, and he made the point that sports wagering and how pervasive it is now has created a lot more fan outrage, and there is this upward pressure toward ownership to make impetuous decisions. We've had owners that can't get the hell out of their own way, that don't know what the hell they're doing in this league forever. But now those owners have a different type of pressure because there's a different level of scrutiny on the game and the decisions that are made. And so if you look at it over the last 4 years, 2 seasons, we've had double-digit coach firings. A lot of that has to do with the pressure that fans put on owners that don't have any conviction about the overall direction of their team. So I'm just surprised that with these billion-dollar businesses, you have decision makers that can change on a whim just depending on where the prevailing winds are blowing. And so I think that's probably the part that has caught me off guard as I've transitioned from being in it to actually covering the sport with a bird's eye view.
How many good organizations do you think there are in the NFL?
Not that many, but good news, Seahawks fans, you got one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what
I mean, listen, you've been to the Super Bowl, 4 times in the last 2 decades?
Mm-hmm.
And that's across, 4 different head coaches? And that's 3 different quarterbacks? So, yeah, I think the Seattle Seahawks know what they're doing. I mean, everybody praises Howie Roseman for what he's been able to do with the Philadelphia Eagles. John Schneider has been just as good, if not better. Matter of fact, I think he does have a better overall win-loss record than Howie Roseman. So, yeah, I think the Seattle Seahawks are one of those organizations that flies under the radar, no pun intended. They don't get the credit that they deserve, but they always play good football, and their team is always relevant.
Okay, what do your football eyes see? What do your football eyes see and optics see with Mike Macdonald's defense?
Man, you don't know whether they're coming or going. And I think the beauty of that defense is there's so much versatility on all the different levels. And Mike Macdonald showed me in the Super Bowl that he's not afraid to break tendencies in order to have success. He game plans according to the opponent. And the great thing about what John Schneider has done is that he's given his head coach all the tools that he would need in his bag in order to execute any defensive strategies that he needs to for a specific game plan. So, for instance, bringing all of that secondary pressure in the Super Bowl, that was the story of it. Devin Witherspoon was the star, even though K9 won Super Bowl MVP. Like, that was incredible. The Seahawks had not shown that blitz rate when it comes to secondary defenders all year long. But they did it in that game because they identified a weakness in the protection scheme for the New England Patriots. I think the greatness of Mike Macdonald is his adaptability, his ability to be able to put guys in situations where it accentuates their strengths and he mitigates their deficiencies. I think that is an absolute phenomenal trait for coaches. I think too often we find coaches that need let me say it differently. We find coaches that can only have success with a specific player in a specific scheme. And it feels like Mike Macdonald has shown the type of flexibility as a coach where he can do it a lot of different ways with a lot of different players.
Yeah, that's really well said. We're talking to Chris Canty of Unsportsmanlike, but of course, longtime NFL defensive lineman. Would you have liked to play on this defensive line next to Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy and rotate him with those guys?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Again, I'm not getting double teamed by anybody. I got one-on-ones all day. Who wouldn't want to play with that group? I mean, Uchenna Nwosu and Tank Lawrence and Byron Murphy, who's a dog, and Leonard Williams. I mean, listen, and Byron Murphy, he's one of those guys that I'm talking about. He won't be extension eligible for another year, but he's one of those guys that Seattle's got to start budgeting for in order to get a deal done. Mm-hmm. Devin Witherspoon, extension eligible for the first time this year. Like, he's one of those guys they've got to start budgeting for in order to get it done, because it's only going to get more expensive with those guys. So when we start talking about being able to maintain the core of the foundation of what this team is and what they've had success with, those are the types of decisions that need to be made sooner rather than later. So you give yourself a chance to hold on to as many of those guys as possible.
All right, so then let me bring you in on a little debate we had yesterday, because you'll like this, at least from my perspective, because I really believe the defensive line is, if it's not more important than quarterback, it's right behind it. Like, it is of such vital importance to winning in the NFL. If you're the Seahawks, Jaron Reed's getting older. Byron Murphy, obviously somebody you're looking to extend probably next year. Leonard Williams is going to play next year at 32, and I would say, has kind of talked about retirement in the past, is a guy that has a lot of off-field interests. It's just kind of an interesting Renaissance man kind of guy. Would you be willing to consider trying to trade for Jalen Carter if he's available, if you're the Seahawks?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know why the hell the Philadelphia Eagles would make Jalen Carter available, but if he were, you should, because Jalen Carter, every single Sunday he steps foot on an NFL field, he feels like he's the best player on the field. And guess what, boys? Most Sundays, he's right. He's that good. Second-team All-Pro in his second year. This guy is an absolute animal. His double-team rate is amongst the highest in the NFL. One of the other things that he does really well, he bats the ball down at the line of scrimmage. In a lot of instances, those are as good as sacks. I mean, Jalen Carter is an absolute game record. He was the best player on a defense that won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago.
Okay, but is he crazy? And would you pay him?
Well, listen up, and Brock will tell you this: he ain't out there baking cookies. Like you need a few guys that are off. You need some crazy now. You absolutely do. What concerns me about Jalen Carter in Philadelphia is a lot of his OGs, a lot of his big bros have graduated out of the program, right? Josh Sweat left, got the bag in Arizona. Milt Williams left, got the bag in New England. Like, those are guys that, from a leadership standpoint, you kind of need in that D-line room to kind of, I'm not going to say handhold, but be there to corral the crazy from Jalen Carter so you get the best of him without the downside, without him spitting in a quarterback's face before a snap is even taken. Those are the types of things. But guess what? In Seattle, you ain't got to worry about that. You got leadership in that building. You're good. So you could absorb a personality like Jalen Carter, and I think he would absolutely thrive under Mike Macdonald. So, yeah, if you can make it happen, then you should absolutely move heaven and earth in order to do it. I just don't see a world that exists where Philly would trade it.
No, Salk. I think Howie Roseman would rather trade him to the Birmingham Stallions of the UFL than the Seahawks. I don't think
you'd have to see him again.
Yeah, in any world is he ever going to trade him to Seattle. So you can tell me I'm wrong here, Chris. Please do. And I think you got the kind of personality to do so. But I contend that the biggest contract, one of the best contracts yesterday, was Boye Mafe actually signing a 3-year, $60 million contract in Cincinnati. For what that means for Seattle long-term, that the Chris Cantys of the world, the veteran guys of the world, maybe those that don't get theirs or believe what they can get on the market, I think that kind of deal, and those guys saying, and you were a former D lineman, man, I won't go there. Boye got 3 years, 60. He got $20 million a year with 2 sacks. Like I want to go play. I want to go play in Seattle. How beneficial do you think long term that contract can actually be to the acquisition phase for the Seahawks?
Oh, I think it'd be great. I mean, Mike Macdonald has shown himself to be a genius when it comes to the X's and O's. People compare him to Sean McVay and saying that's the NFL's version on the defensive side of the ball. If you've got proof of concept that you can win at the highest level with him as your defensive play caller. So if you're a guy on the defensive side of the ball and you want to up your value, if you got to go someplace and have a reset because you didn't live up to expectations that.
All right, we got Chris back. Hold on.
We got it?
Yes. Finish your go for it, Brock. Why don't you finish your question?
No, you were just kind of going on about the impact that defense players have. And when you're maybe on the market, Chris, and you're not getting what you want from that market, how desirable does this scheme become?
Yeah, I think Mike Macdonald's showing you with proof of concept and winning the Super Bowl that he knows what he's doing with the X's and O's. Again, he's been compared to Sean McVay, the NFL's version of Sean McVay on the defensive side of the ball. And they've got a great culture in that unit with Seattle. And there's a track record of them playing really good defense on that side of the ball. So, I mean, from the Legion of Boom to the dark side, I love everything about it. If you're a guy that's looking to rehab your NFL career because you didn't live up to expectations at your previous stop, Seattle should be on the short list of places you want to go run.
All right. And then similarly, if you're an older player who's never won, maybe this is a spot where you feel like you could get that done. I'm looking at a couple of these edge guys. Bradley Chubb. I'm looking at Cameron Jordan at age 37, who's missed a total of 2 games in his entire career.
Yeah,
That's
why aren't
crazy.
you still playing, Chris? If Cam Jordan could do it 37, why aren't you still playing?
Nah, listen, Cam Jordan and I did different things. And as you get – listen, I will tell you this, Brock, and you know this. When you line up closer to the ball, life in the NFL gets harder. So defensive end, I'm not going to say life is not hard, but defensive tackle is a different ball game. I'm just going to put it that way.
Do you think either of those guys have anything left?
Cam Jordan, I do think both of those guys have something to contribute. I do. It's just a matter of what role they envision for themselves in the twilight of their career, and whether or not they fit into the direction that Mike Macdonald wants to take that defensive line unit. So I think it has to be about fit. One thing I will tell you, as you get older in your career, you want to make sure that you're comfortable in terms of the circumstances that you're in. So that becomes the question. But there's no doubt that playing for the Seattle Seahawks gives you a chance to win a championship in 2026.
Couple of the biggest challenges, last couple minutes here, and thank you for doing this with your 2-month-old. Hopefully he's napping and you get a good nap this afternoon too. Talked about running it back, how hard it is after winning a Super Bowl. What are a couple of from your perspective, a couple of the big keys for us to look at with these Seahawks to go like, man, you got to be able to do this, this, and this if you're going to actually go back to back?
Listen, it's hard to eat when you're full. So after you've gotten to the mountaintop, everybody's telling you how good you are. There is the tendency to want to believe that you're starting the season from that same position, and that's not the case. Now, even though you have the blueprint for what it takes to win at the highest level, you have to account for everybody around the league looking at you as the bar to clear in terms of them being able to accomplish their goals. So you have a target on your back every single week. There's not going to be a letdown in terms of who your opponents are. And for the Seattle Seahawks, that's even going to be tougher because you play in a division with two other teams that have realistic championship aspirations. So there's no doubt to me that the moves that we've seen the 49ers and the Rams make are in reaction to what the Seattle Seahawks got done last year. And so those are some of the challenges that you face as a champion trying to defend your title. That's why we've only seen it twice in the last quarter century.
Yeah. Last thing for me is we've gotten one of the big conversations here, as you might imagine, over the last day or so has just been the departure of Ken Walker specifically. I think he's a nice fit in Kansas City. And for whatever reason, it always seems to be preceded with Super Bowl MVP Ken Walker, as if for some reason that one game means you can't let him go. What do you make of the decision to let a running back go and get $15 million a year in Kansas City?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the guarantee was big, right? $28.7 million guaranteed over 3 years. It's a lot of money to guarantee to a running back. But I understand the value of that for Kansas City. And K9 is one of the best running backs in the league when it comes to explosive runs. I mean, you're talking about a guy that was north of it was third in runs of 20 yards or more. He had double-digit runs of 20 yards or more. So it's hard to find running backs that can generate those types of explosive plays. But when you have one, you want to keep one. Now, could K9 be better in pass protection? Sure. Has he gotten a lot better in the passing game? Sure. Nobody's going to mistake him for Christian McCaffrey, but he's shown himself to be able to make plays in the passing game. I do like what he meant to the Seattle Seahawks, but certainly there's a cap, and there are hard decisions that had to be made. And so when it comes to the debate on should they or shouldn't they have, you have to put your trust in John Snyder that he has a way to be able to replace the production that he was getting from K9 in that offense.
So, Brock,
Chris, this has been so good. The only thing I would question and challenge of you is if you saw Mike Salk eat at Culver's, you might have to take back your comment. When he downs the walleye fish sandwich, it's not hard for him to eat even if he is full. You know, he's got the mixer.
That walleye's that good, man. Yeah, at the end of it, you throw a little cement mixer on there.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
He's just fine.
Yeah, I do like me some Culver's. All right, so we've now had all three members of Unsportsmanlike on the air, Brock. We've had Chris, we've had Evan, and we've had Michelle.
It's a race for the gold with Michelle and
That's
Chris.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
There's
clearly
no question.
ahead of Evan.
We know who the bronze medalist is in that trio. Yeah, clearly.
Clearly ahead of Evan. So
Evan puts the in unsportsmanlike.
Chris, thank you. We appreciate it. Let's definitely do this again. This is a lot of fun. Really, really appreciate it. Great response from the audience as well. So thank you and continue good luck. I do love the show. I mentioned it to Evan and to Michelle whenever. I just love that they put, radio people doing radio things in the morning on ESPN Radio. Go figure. Working great. So thank you so much.
Appreciate it, boys. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, it was really fun. Did you guys enjoy Chris Canty? Because I did. I'd like to have him on again. I thought he was really good. And as I've mentioned a few times, love the show that precedes us here on ESPN Radio. So, yeah, I mean, the big question that comes out of this, and that was yesterday before we knew, what do you do? Would you now want to trade for Maxx Crosby? By the way, I love the text. It says, would you still trade for Mason Crosby, who I think is the old Packers kicker? Is that right?
Yes.
All right. I would not trade for Mason Crosby, the old Packers kicker. Would I trade for Max with 2 X's? It says knowing what we know now. Well, what do we know now? Do we know anything?
I mean, for all we know, it's the same recovery time and knee injury that we knew about, and the Ravens just backed out.
Got cold feet, decided they liked the market for Trey Hendrickson. Would I trade for him, knowing that you have the opportunity to do a medical? Yeah. Especially now knowing that it's not going to cost as much, at least in terms of what you'd have to give up, because a lot of the suitors are going to be gone. Would I do it? Yeah, let's talk. Let's go. In fact, we'll discuss next, and I'll ask Brock the exact same question. It's Brock and Salk all morning here on Seattle Sports on 710.
All week long, Lyman and Bob are broadcasting live from Mariners spring training in Peoria, Arizona. Every afternoon starting at 2.
I cannot wait to get down there.
The expectations.
Based on what we saw last year, what they've done in the offseason, that's not kooky talk, Dave.
No, it's not.
Your favorite Mariners.
If you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations.
Lyman and Bob live at Mariners spring training all week long on the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Adults ages 18 to 65 and older are invited to try out for the PSSBL this Sunday, March 15th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school, college, and even former pros. Get all the info at PSSBL.com. That's PSSBL.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Texting enroll
enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Maxx Crosby.
Hello! All right, yes. Hi, Brock. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Michael. How are you, sir?
I'm great. It's a crazy morning, man. Yeah, I almost overslept a little bit today. I took some NyQuil last night and was like, whoa.
Nice.
Yep.
Took that pink drink?
Just a little pill. And I only took one of two, but I woke up, whoa, almost a little late. Had to kind of scramble a little bit to get in here today. But we got all kinds of stuff to talk about. We got Mark DeRosa. We got Cal Raleigh, Team USA. And we'll get to a lot of that at 7:30 in great detail. But let me start here with the fact that Maxx Crosby is now available again.
Mm-hmm. But is he?
Well, he's available.
Yeah.
Want him?
Is he damaged goods now?
I don't know. You want
Does
him?
he have a degenerative knee? Or is Baltimore just that bad an actor? Is Baltimore just that gross? Really? Before the body is even cold. Like, you go and make the move this morning for Trey Hendrickson? Are you serious?
I mean, a lot of people around the league seem to think that's what's happening.
You going to do that kind of business? You want that kind of juju? I mean, you're really going to behave that kind of way, Baltimore?
Feel this way? Here's Tom Pelissero.
I would say this. The reaction from other people within the NFL that I am getting is predominantly about how the Ravens pulled the rug out regardless of what their reasoning was. When you're talking about trading 2 first-round picks, this is not an unknown issue with Maxx Crosby. Everyone knew he had a knee injury. Everyone knew he finished on injured reserve. Everyone knew, based on Ian's reporting, that he had a meniscus surgery that was actually not just a trim, but a meniscus repair that has a longer-term type of a timeline. But that did not stop several teams from offering a first-round pick and more as part of a trade offer. It did not stop the Ravens from offering 2 first-round picks. This is not a situation where you put in a bid in an online auction, then if you don't like the item, you return it via Amazon. This is a trade involving a superstar player in the NFL.
Yeah, well, maybe they didn't believe Ian's reporting. Who knows?
I did it one time, Salt. I did it once. I'll be honest. I mean, confessional. I did it once.
Okay.
We had a function. I don't know, when I was still in my, I think, first contract and, some fundraiser thing and need to go get a sport coat at Nordstrom's. I went and got that sport coat at Nordstrom's, but I had no intent of buying it and owning it forever because they had a great policy to bring it back, and I felt so dirty. And just, even the salesman was kind of looking at me like, really? You're gonna do this? You're going to really just kind of be really? Like, really dumb. And it felt really awful and, never did that again, thankfully. And, yeah, this feels like bad business for Baltimore. But does it open up an opportunity? I know where you're getting at. You didn't do anything wrong.
I mean, I don't care about the Baltimore element of it. That's their problem. Do you want Maxx Crosby? And what does it take now to get him? It was 2 firsts. What is it now? 1?
Giving up your 32nd pick in a draft you don't even like? Yeah, you do that. Absolutely.
In a flash. First and a third?
In a flash.
First and a third?
In this draft, both of those in this draft with other needs that you got?
Yeah. Really?
4 picks?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Count me in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
I do it for a first and a third.
You know what? Probably.
First and a second? I mean, probably not. A first and a second is kind of the equivalent of a first in next year's first. So,
Right.
but a first and Brock, I think I do. I mean, this is some of the oddity of the legal tampering period. It sounds like today the Raiders have said they're going to honor all of the deals that they've made. They don't have to because none of these are actually signed. They could go back to one of their free agent signings and say, hey, I'm sorry. We can't do this anymore. We can't get you under the cap. Maxx Crosby is back, and there's nothing we can do. We're sorry we haven't signed the deal yet.
Right, the guy they signed a 3-year deal and $48 million.
They can tell him sorry. They're not going to do that, and good on them. They're going to stand on it, which tells me that they are still going to trade Maxx Crosby. They said they don't need to, but obviously they're just desperately trying to get a little leverage back here because not even safe face, just some leverage. Now everybody who's coming to them is like, well, you have to trade him now. And a lot of those other teams, Brock, have gone out and gotten their guy as well, right? The Commanders got a guy, and the Ravens got his guy.
I'm trying to think through our years. You had that kind of funky co-op, but that just kind of had language in it that was kind of funky. Have you ever dealt with just bad business? Been absolutely screwed by someone in business? You have?
I have.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. It's
once.
So frustrating.
I have once.
You have one time.
Yep.
Yeah, Lyle, more.
I don't like talking about it, and I don't like thinking about it.
Makes
and
you so mad.
I'm not going to tell you the story now.
No, I have one time too,
but
it was partly on me. It's partly on me.
Oh, it's a lot on me. Of course, it was.
I didn't put something in writing, but man, it absolutely took advantage of everything you possibly could.
It was really awful. Oh man, was it bad?
Well, Molly was so mad. I was mad. Molly was so mad. She couldn't even look at this guy. Like, oh my gosh, are you serious? You're this bad? You're going to do this? You're going to look around every corner and you're just going to absolutely wonder, and how many people have you done this to just to take advantage?
Yeah, all right. So Baltimore's going to be, and by the way, maybe that's not what happened. It is possible Baltimore looked at it and were like, I'm sorry, we just can't do this. There's more on here than we thought. They said no, because remember, and then this immediately pivoted to Trey Hendrickson. I mean, like, that's not impossible. I don't think that's what happened, but it's not impossible.
Well, the only possibility of that is they knew the surgery. They knew the time frame. It's just that they took an MRI, if they went down that road, and looked at that MRI and went, oh my gosh, this guy's got some serious degenerative stuff.
Yep.
And this isn't for 1 year, Mike. We're giving up 2 first-rounders for 4 more years. And this is like $30 million, $29
million. All of those
right?
things change the equation on what you would have to give up for him. And so if you could now have that conversation, maybe it's not even a first, man. I don't know. With the money that's owed to him and all of that, maybe you don't even need to go down that road. You know, the maybe everyone else backs away. And by the way, you get the opportunity to give him the same medical evaluation and look at all of those same things.
Yes.
So, and if you said no, nobody would look at you askance. They would just say, like, yeah, all right, another team looked. In fact, it would probably legitimize the Ravens, to be honest with you, and make Eric DeCosta look a little bit better if another team did it. It was like, actually, no. I mean, not unlike what happened, Lyle and I were talking about it with Carlos Correa a few years ago. Now, by the way, he's been fine. Mm-hmm. But both the Giants and the Mets had him signed to a deal, did the medicals, and were like, no. He ended up going to Minnesota for a lot of money, but fewer years, and he's still a great player. Yeah. So, I mean,
then it gets funky. I don't know all of the rules and bylaws and all of it. I am sure if you're going to, depending on what you trade, right, it's almost like a house inspection. I wonder if you do a deal and you give up very little because you'll just waive the MRI. I'm not even going to take a look. I get it. He's got something going on in his knee. You know, I trust our people, and maybe that too brings down.
So like
that.
you waive medical.
Yeah.
Wow.
And obviously, you would give up very little for that.
Right.
But you would be taking on the contract. Would you be willing to take that?
I mean, most even free agent deals are pending a physical.
To some degree. What kind of physical am I doing? Am I going to yank on your knee? Bend your knee for me? Can you squat?
But you know that right now he can't pass a physical. I mean, that's part of it, is we know he's hurt. So he's not going to pass a physical. Yeah, that's a great point.
What else is going on?
Can you waive inspection?
That's right.
I mean,
and obviously take a whole lot less and give up less. But like, hey, man, we've seen him play. We don't care if he's got bone on bone. This guy's crazy. He's going to play through it anyway.
We'll waive the inspection contingency in order to try to get this done. I mean, like, it's certainly.
Have you ever done that?
Yeah.
You have. Huh?
Had to. I mean, we bought our house in 2014. How else was I going to get the house? We didn't have a choice. Of course we had to waive inspection.
Oh.
Yeah? Now, you could still do an inspection. You would just give up your earnest money. So it's not like it was, there was some amount of risk, but it was not like a full house full of risk. But it was 2014. There were like 18 people bidding on the house. Like if you wanted it, there wasn't even a chance. Nobody could do inspection in 2014. Nobody. No chance. So if you want a house, this is what you got.
So you're giving up 32 for Crosby, not even Blanket.
I think I am.
And maybe even first and third for Crosby.
But not in the waiving inspection.
Not in the sight unseen.
No. Sight unseen? I give up a third rounder. I might give up a second rounder, though.
Uh-huh.
I think I might would you give up pick 64 to take him sight unseen? I think my answer to that is yeah. I think I would.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Hey, would you take a second rounder? And we'll take him off your hands no matter what. No questions asked.
But again, then the challenge is how much money you're on the hook for.
No, you're on the hook for the money.
Yep.
Would I do that? Yeah, it's not my money. It's a lot easier to do. All right, let's come right back. Brock, we'll give you everything you need to know. And then, my gosh, between Cal and Randy and Team USA and Mark DeRosa, baseball drama today. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
All week long, Lyman and Bob are broadcasting live from Mariners spring training in Peoria, Arizona. Every afternoon starting at 2.
I cannot wait to get down there.
The expectations.
Based on what we saw last year, what they've done in the offseason, that's not kooky talk, Dave.
No, it's not.
Your favorite Mariners.
If you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations.
Lyman and Bob live at Mariners spring training all week long on the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
All right, look, more than 4,000 people around our area have trusted Eastside Weight Loss Clinic as a safe way to lose weight. It's Mike Salk, and I'm one of them. I know some of you guys listening, you are as well. We've heard about it from listeners and other hosts in the building, other people I know who have done it, advertisers even who have gone on the program and lost some weight. Yeah, 20, 30 pounds, less than 8 weeks. 10 pounds in a week. Yeah, that's what I did. You can do it, I promise, by eating healthy, these fresh foods that you buy at the grocery store, and following the plan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. No costly recurring monthly payments for injections or pills. No scary side effects. No, nothing. It's all just real food, again, that you buy at the grocery store. You eat it on their plan with their schedule and their recipes. And it works. You watch the weight just melt right off. 15 minutes. That's all it takes to have this initial phone call. Heck, you'll spend that much time sitting in traffic today, so why not instead schedule your free consultation with EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. The only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
See country star Aaron Lewis and the State Liners at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, March 24th at 8 p.m. And now an added show on March 25th. He's a multi-platinum artist whose raw lyrics and powerhouse vocals have captivated fans for decades. Now, he and his band, the State Liners, are coming to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Get your tickets now to see Aaron Lewis at muckleshootcasino.com.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Mariners fans, the 2026 season is officially on deck. And Cal, Julio, and the defending AL West champs are ready to feed off your energy at T-Mobile Park. Be here for every monster home run.
There it is, number 60. The magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Every 100-mile-per-hour heater.
And he throws it and the ball game's over. Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
every clutch moment.
A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead.
It's going to be an epic 50th season, and you won't want to miss it. Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
The Mariners' first homestand is stacked. Don't miss opening day on March 26th. Cal Raleigh's 60 home run bobblehead night on March 28th. Presented by Alaska Airlines. And a star-powered showdown against Aaron Judge and the Yankees. March 30th through April 1st. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Adults ages 18 to 65 and older are invited to try out for the PSSBL this Sunday, March 15th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-little leaguers to high school, college, and even former pros. Get all the info at PSSBL.com. That's PSSBL.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
You know, the Mariners have a captain, whether it's written into his name and description or not. What Cal Raleigh did yesterday was a masterclass in how to diffuse a situation. When asked about the Randy Arozarena comments, he said,
"There's no beef. I love Randy. When we're back in Seattle, he's my brother. He's family. We're all in it together. Just like I'm here right now with Team USA, and I got no hard feelings towards him. Like I said, I don't see this being a thing at all, and it is what it is."
He goes on.
I hate that this is a thing. I really don't think this is a big deal, a big story. It shouldn't be a thing. I love Randy. I have all the respect for him and Team Mexico. I already reached out to him personally to talk with him, and obviously when we're back in Seattle, we're family, we're brothers, and I'll do anything for him. I'll do anything for our team to win, and to me, it shouldn't be that big a deal.
But is it?
That's called de-escalation.
I mean, he did a hell of a job.
It's a master class in de-escalation, ladies and
Yes, it
gentlemen,
was. You can say it shouldn't be a thing.
What do we got
there's
from
no
Randy?
beef.
What do we got from Randy?
We haven't heard from Randy yet.
Stop it. He didn't release a statement or anything?
Did not.
Oh.
Just waiting. Waiting on Randy.
That's called not de-escalation.
No, that's called allowing it to fester and allowing it to get worse.
Hey, can we FaceTime with Randy too?
Well,
FaceTime with Cal.
I
know
mean,
it's a
Randy's
little
not
harder
going
with
to do that.
translator.
He's not likely to do that. That's
Why not? Why not just say, yeah, man, I was
Why not just
emotional.
release a statement?
Seriously.
If you don't want to do the media thing, which I understand, that's not his thing.
Yep.
Why not release a statement? The fact remains, again, we'll discuss this in greater detail here at 7:30.
Yeah.
In my life, and I texted Jeff Passan yesterday to get his thoughts on it, And Jeff doesn't think this is that big a deal, by the way. He thinks it'll be fine.
No, because Cal's the captain. He's the leader.
He's doing a heck of a
job. Randy's on a one-year deal. He's a paid, incentivized, let's go get it.
But can you come up with a single time in Major League Baseball where a player has said things like that publicly about another? I can't.
No, it was the whole Jock Peterson and Tommy Pham.
All right, but that's not even close.
Tommy Pham!
But he didn't say things like this. I've never heard it. I've never heard, and that would be about an enemy, about a player on another team. I've never heard anything like this.
Well, that's publicly Salk. There have been a lot of horrible things said.
Of course.
Privately.
Publicly? Never heard it. Never heard it. Anyway, Team USA loses 8-6 to Italy yesterday, and now they're in danger of not even making it out of pool play, Brock. They got down 6-0. Aaron Judge struck out as the tying run in the 9th after they had come back to make it 8-6. That was kind of hilarious, but then it actually got a little worse. Mark DeRosa, their manager, thought they were already in, or at least that's what he told MLB Network earlier in the day.
Absolutely. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to get some guys off their feet, no question about it. I'd like to get Goldie a start, and he has been awesome, just a leader of men behind the scenes with Aaron Judge. I'd like to get him in there. I'd like to get Gunnar in there again. Ton of respect for Italy. It's weird. We want to win. We want to win this game, even though our tickets punched to the quarterfinals, because Mexico plays Italy actually tomorrow.
It kind of goes on from there. You don't need the rest of it. And no, obviously your ticket was not punched. And then he kind of made it worse after the game last night.
True. Yeah, I misspoke. I was on hot stove with a couple buddies today and completely misread the calculations. We knew that Mexico was going to play Italy and then running all the numbers with if we lost tonight with the runs allowed and runs scored and outs. So I just misspoke.
I think what he's saying is I was wrong. He uses the word misspoke. I don't think that's the right word to convey what he's trying to say. But he's saying I was wrong. I got it wrong. And good for him.
Think by game time he knew? By game time he had to know, right?
I don't think so.
He had to say that.
Not based on the lineup.
Earlier in the morning.
Not based on the lineup, Brock.
Oh, come on.
Not based on the lineup they ran out there.
Gosh.
So now they need either Italy to win to beat Mexico, or they have to have Mexico win and score 5 or more runs.
Right.
So we'll see what happens.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, we talked about Maxx Crosby to start the show. He is out there and available now. The Ravens did not take long to pivot.
It is not hypothetical. It is real. The Baltimore Ravens have agreed to terms with Trey Hendrickson on a 4-year, $112 million deal.
That comes from Ian Rappaport. So he's out there and available if you want him. You know who's not available anymore, at least for this year, is Riq Woolen. He did sign a deal. 1 year, $15 million in Philly.
Yeah, $12 million base, upwards of $3 million in incentives. I'll get to it in Blue 88, why I think that's actually a very good deal for both Philly and for Riq Woolen.
But, man, getting a 1-year deal is rare in the early parts of free agency.
Not a lot of guaranteed money.
And I'm guessing not a lot of interest out there if that's the deal he ended up taking.
Not a lot of long-term guaranteed money.
All right. There we go. That's the very latest.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I hope you didn't watch the Kraken game last night. My Heather and Cecily went for
2-0
women in
early,
hockey
right?
night. Yeah, they played
Up
great in the
2-0.
first
Let's
period.
go.
Dominated.
Let's go.
Kakko with a nice goal. Beniers just picked a corner. That was sweet.
Yeah.
And then they just fell apart in the second period. Gave up 3 straight goals. Weren't able to get it back together in the third. They lose 3-2. Huge missed opportunity with the Kings and Sharks both losing. And now, look, you got Colorado tomorrow, maybe the best team in the league. You do have Vancouver Saturday and then Florida on Sunday. So, and then somebody named Bam scored 83 points last night, Brock, and passed Kobe Bryant for second in the single-game scoring record list.
The NBA regular season's just trash.
83 points from a guy named Bam.
Brock, he says he's never heard of Bam Adebayo.
Come on, Salk.
I heard of him yesterday.
Played on the U.S. Olympic team.
I didn't watch the U.S. Olympic team.
I bet you heard of his girlfriend.
Who's his girlfriend?
Asia Wilson.
Oh, I know her.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
I know Asia Wilson. She good. Yeah. She's got her own shoes.
You've never heard of Bam Adebayo? You've never heard of him? How could you have never heard of him?
I specifically and purposely ignore the NBA.
It's funny how that works. And people don't get on you about the things you're not interested in.
Good job, Lyle.
I specifically, people do get on me about it, but I don't care. I specifically and purposely
Okay, but like
want
the Sistine
nothing to do
Chapel
with it.
isn't an interest. It's just something that everyone learns.
Right.
It is an interest, and I have none in it.
That's everything you need to know.
Good.
Wow, you're amazing. Quarter past every hour here.
You liked his video he made last night, huh? You liked that?
I did like it. I don't agree with it, but I liked it. I thought it was really well done, and I like Lyle,
So, Lyle,
having a point of view.
are you still standing 24 hours later that this is all just a joke, that Randy was just joking, it was all just nothing, it was all just a joke?
It's just a joke.
I pivoted off it being a full-on joke a little bit, but I still do not think this is a big deal, and I think it's going to blow over in 2 days.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
You might be right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well,
how
Randy
you know
doesn't
that.
talk. Randy doesn't deal with the media. Randy does his own thing. Randy's in his own world. It's Randy
He
Land.
might
You
talk
heard?
today before their game.
Maybe.
I'm sure he's being asked to talk. I don't know what Randy's going to do. And anybody who says they do, I think you're wrong. If you think you know what Randy's going to do, nobody knows what Randy's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to hear this. I'm fascinated. We'll discuss.
But we know
Cal's
what
a pro.
Cal's going to do, and
Yes.
Cal's not going to make it an issue.
Yeah.
So
Lyle, if you're
it's
right,
an
it's because of
issue,
Cal.
That's right.
It's not because it's not an issue. It's because Cal is really handling it like an absolute pro. We'll discuss it next on Brock and Salk.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike three called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
Goodbye, baseball.
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
All right, it's Wednesday, March 11th. It's hump day. Can you answer 3 questions for me and answer them honestly? Number 1, do you 100% know you have the right insurance coverage to protect your family, your needs? Number 2, are you paying the lowest possible price every single month? And number 3, should you need that insurance, something were to happen, can you pick up the phone and actually talk to a human being who will help you immediately? Well, when Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, it was pretty eye-opening. We were undercovered, we were overpaying, and First Mark has literally saved us every single year and given us a peace of mind only they can. So take the First Mark Challenge right now and become the next First Mark victory. Did I mention? It's totally free. They go to work for you. They're not the insurance carriers to get you the best coverage at the lowest price and give you real person customer support. First Mark Insurance has helped tens of thousands of Washington families manage this complicated world of insurance and save them big time money along the way. They'll do the same for your local business as well. Go be the next First Mark victory. Take the challenge. It's free. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They win for you.
Don't miss the Seattle RV Show, March 12th through 15. Hundreds of new models and floor plans. RVs for every budget. RVs for every lifestyle. Special rates, incentives, exclusive prices, accessories. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Now is the smartest time to replace your roof. Trust your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing, a local, family-owned company that knows how to roof in Washington weather year-round. Schedule your free estimate today at 3treeroofing.com to take advantage of spring pricing, shorter wait times, and get $500 off your new roof before the summer rush hits. Our experts come to you, build a clear plan, and give you an estimate that same day. No surprises and no high-pressure sales tactics. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Don't miss 3 Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be 2. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at amazonbusiness.com.
Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, we met about a decade ago when you came into the studio, and at that point, IRG was humming, but you were not 40 locations strong all over the neighborhood. How have you done this, and why?
Number one, Brock, great people. Our strength here at IRG is our people. Secondly, we are a company that has a culture of giving back and taking care of our patients, taking care of our team, and thirdly, taking care of our community. We want to be your family physical therapist. More importantly, we want to be your family's neighborhood physical therapist. We want you to come in, have a great experience, and get better and get out there and be pain-free and function.
Take care of your friends. Taking care of your neighbors, taking care of your community, and taking care of Western Washington. With over 40 locations now, that's exactly what IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is doing. Find them in person, find them online at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Breaking news, it's Maura's birthday. G came in to let us know.
He saw that in the newsletter Monday.
Did you?
Wrote that down. Yes.
See, the newsletter goes to my junk mail, so I never get a chance to see it unless I look at it at the coffee machine.
It's okay. I'm at that age where I'd like
birthdays.
to just not acknowledge them anymore.
Well, that's fair. There were a lot of birthdays and stuff this month, so the print was really small, and I didn't have my glasses when I went over to the machine, so I couldn't read it. Happy birthday, Maura. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right.
Happy birthday. Happy, hey. Happy birthday. Happy, hey.
Maura, could you pull some sound for us and find a happy birthday song for yourself, if you don't mind? Brock and I don't know how to do that, so if you could just pull a little happy birthday music.
You got something in the system there in your news boss. Come on.
I'm just kidding. We'll get to Maura's birthday a little bit later, but happy birthday, Maura. Sorry about missing that. That's on us. Cal Raleigh. I think it's a masterclass. I thought what he did yesterday is a masterclass on how to diffuse what could have been a potential disaster. Whether he wears the C or not on his uniform, that is captain material. That is what captains do. I told you how Sele had the opportunity to ask Jordan Eberle about being a captain, and I loved his answer about leading by example and showing people with hard work exactly what it takes to get where you want to go. And I loved it. It was a great answer, and thank you again to him for just being a really nice, pleasant person and talking to Sele for a few minutes. Yeah. But sometimes a captain is asked to speak, and in this moment, Cal did exactly what you would want the leader of your team to do, facing a totally bizarre and, quite frankly, unique and never before seen situation, as far as I'm concerned, in the history of baseball. Cal went out there and found a way to say exactly the right thing. Now, I played you some of the sound. Here is sort of the biggest where he says, "Where's the beef? There is no beef."
There's no beef. I love Randy. When we're back in Seattle, he's my brother. He's family. We're all in it together. Just like I'm here right now with Team USA, and I got no hard feelings towards him. Like I said, I don't see this being a thing at all, and it is what it is.
Okay, and so he reached out to Randy. I don't know whether he and Randy spoke. It feels a little bit like he sent Randy a text, and God knows whether or not Randy got back to him, but this is what he said the message was.
I reached out to Randy, and, I told him, essentially, sorry if if you felt disrespected or whatever it may be, but, it's just, we're just playing the game, and, I think he would want the same if I was his teammate. We were playing, somebody in a playoff game, and he'd want that same kind of energy from me. So I think that's kind of how I see it, and I reached out and, put it to bed. I think I love Randy. Like I said, I got no beef at all, so.
No beef at all, and he's talked later about how, look, he's in big game mode, and Randy, I'm sure, would want him in big game mode in a big game.
Yeah.
So is this something or is it nothing? Well, time is going to tell on that, and it all depends on how Cal and how Randy and how their teammates handle it. Cal has already sort of laid out his path and said it's not a big deal. At least that's the message that I'm going to deliver publicly. And I'm sure that's hard to do after some of the things that were said about him by Randy, but he did
You think it's that hard? It's not that hard to do.
It'd be hard for me to do.
What, really?
If somebody said those things publicly about me?
But somebody has very, very little equity in that. That's somebody.
I had somebody who has no equity write an entire column about what a jerk I am. I don't know whether I would then go to the, publicly and be like, it's all good. As I said then, and I said it now, that's his story. Like, not going to take that away from him. But, I'm not saying it's exactly the same. It's not. We're not teammates anymore.
Yeah, I think about 99 of 100 are going to be on, or 99.9 will be on Team Cal on this, especially when further news comes out.
I know.
The Cal made it clear to that guy, like, don't do that. Don't put me in that spot.
Yep.
Right? Don't, and then even.
But it's still hard, Brock, to just play to be the bigger man. I give him credit for it.
Yeah.
He's a captain. That's what
he is. And
he's playing it. That, to me, is
tremendous. And this is his teammate.
Work.
It'd be harder, or, maybe a different reaction if it was not a teammate. And then it's like, well, he's a clown.
But this is baseball, man. Like, this is why I'm not quite there with you on the, hey, it's nothing. Because, one, I've said this a few times, if somebody can come up with an example, and don't give me the fantasy football fight with Tommy Pham again, because I honestly and truly cannot come up with a single time in the history of my time spent watching baseball. So 47 years. I don't know where Moore is at with her birthday today, but for me, it's almost 48 years. I have never one time in my life heard one major leaguer talk about another one like that in the press. Not once. It sounded like a WWE promo in Spanish.
Nobody said anything about Bedard in his years here publicly?
Not publicly. Privately, I heard quite a few things. I've heard a lot of stuff
Nobody said
privately.
anything about Sean Figgins publicly when he was here?
Not publicly.
Not
no.
publicly?
You might have heard a veiled reference, but this wasn't veiled.
No.
This wasn't,
no.
There are certain people on the team that need to work a little harder or something like that. This was, he could take it and shove it up as you-know-what and bleep him and Brock, this is in 4 different languages.
But it's also a unique environment.
WWE promo.
It also is a unique environment.
I understand
in that it's a WBC, and now you're separating teammates and making votes, and you're bringing
Brock,
lots of other elements to it.
I've never heard anyone say that about an opponent. Not just I've never heard them say that about a teammate. I've never heard anyone say that about an opponent.
Mm-hmm.
The worst things I can think of about were like, A-Rod, I don't want him on my team. I don't like that guy. Okay, that's still nowhere close to this. In 4 languages, let me curse at you and tell you what I think about you? Again, this is like The Rock talking to Triple H in 1999. I've never seen it before. Honestly, I've never in my life.
And Passon didn't really have a good answer.
I did text Jeff. Now, I want to be very clear. Jeff didn't think this was going to be a big deal. And I don't know that it is either. I'm not saying it's going to be. But Jeff agreed he'd never one time in his life heard. What is the guy's name who used to pitch for the A's, who one time said something about I shouldn't be giving it up to that lineup? What's that guy's name?
Cole Irvin.
Cole Irvin. Cole Irvin had the audacity to say, I shouldn't be giving it up to that lineup. And Major League Baseball players and fans took it as like the worst death slight of all time when he was talking about like a lineup that scored like 7 runs all season. And they were like, oh, you won't do that to us.
Well, he said it a little differently than that. He said a team like that should never put up runs against me or anybody.
Okay.
He said, or anybody.
Well, he was right. They couldn't. They didn't put up more than 2 runs a game. Except when they played him moving forward. Major League Baseball players are trained not to say stuff like that because even the slightest slight gets turned into the biggest deal in the world.
Okay, so let's make this personal.
The manager in Toronto one time said Cal's not that hard to pitch to if you get it right. And people have turned it into he thinks Cal sucks forever and ever. This guy said, Randy said the things about Cal are so far beyond any of that.
Okay.
So don't tell me it's nothing. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear that.
All right, so
this is unique.
Let's get personal. All right, you know my feelings on Randy. I've always had trouble. I think when teammates have to hold you accountable to play hard, that's a problem.
Yep.
That should be self-starter. I think he's out for his numbers a lot more than he is, like the betterment of the team at times, and that's fine in baseball. You can be an independent contractor. You know my feelings on him. I think some of his approaches are truly atrocious and pretty self-serving. I'm not been the biggest Randy guy, and you always have. Oh, there's something about this guy.
I do like Randy. Yeah, he's fun.
I do like Randy.
Yeah.
I do like Randy. Like, you don't even know Randy, right? So now we get a little glimpse in, whether, it's a little tongue-in-cheek or not. You get a little glimpse in. You have any issue with this?
Yes.
You still on Team Randy? I just like this guy. Oh, he's just in his Randy land. He's just in his own place. Great.
I don't think I could say that, no. I don't think I could say I'm still
You can't do this.
No, you can't do this. Now, a lot of people, by the way, are killing Cal and disagree with the idea that was a masterclass. I'm reading through the text messages. In addition to the couple of people who think this is all just, gossip from middle school, which I'm sorry, I disagree. I've never seen this before. A lot of people. All right, so let me just go through a few. We've seen fist fights between teammates in the dugout. Yeah, but that's not to the press. You're right. Things get, unfortunate and tempers flare. I totally know that. But I've never heard anyone go to the press and say things like this. Someone saying that Papelbon and Bryce Harper did it. I don't remember the details of that, but I'll look it up. Maybe it's happened once.
Oh, they fought.
Yeah, but they fought physically. Did they go to the media after each other? By the way, Jonathan Papelbon, I should. Whatever. I'll move on. I won't say it. A lot of people, though, have some issues with Cal, saying you don't get to unilaterally decide that it wasn't a big deal. That you need to that by saying I'm sorry you were offended by it, it's different from saying I'm sorry I offended you.
That is universally considered a bad way to apologize.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think he apologized. I don't think he said apology.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he did. Did he say I'm sorry? Maybe he did.
If you say I'm sorry, if you
were
offended.
Let me play it again. Let me get the exact word. This is what Cal said he told Randy.
I reached out to Randy and, I told him, essentially, sorry if if you felt disrespected or...
It's funny. He started to say sorry if and then he changed it.
It's like, why do I need to say sorry? Why do I need to say sorry? I told him not to do it. I told him not to come up and fist bump me. I told him, like, we're competitive right now. We're brothers, but right now, like, we're gonna get after it.
I didn't hear it that way initially, but I see where you're coming from. I'll allow it. Like, I hear that. I hear what you're saying. He didn't say it. He started to say it that way, and then it changed.
I reached out to Randy and, I told him, essentially, sorry if I, if you felt disrespected or whatever it may be.
I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. I got to say, I hear what you guys are saying. I'm sorry if you felt disrespected. I think there is something to say there, like, hey, I wasn't trying to disrespect you. I don't know. That might be parsing words a little bit. I'm not sure. I'll be a little open. I'm not really sure.
But again, the fact, if it is true, and this has been corroborated by others, he told him, like, don't do this.
Right.
Just like Will Smith learned, 3 years? Like, don't do this. Right. And you go about and you do it and you put me in that spot. I'm sorry. And even then, I'm going to whisper something to you. Like, come on, man. I told you not to do. Let's go play. Go play.
Can I read this Joe's McFly tweet from John Boy Media?
You can.
Who's
that?
He works for Joe's McFly. He's a Yankees fan. He works for John Boy.
Don't you love the way reporting goes now in Major League Baseball? Can I tell you what Joe's McFly said? Yeah, of course you can.
I mean, again, you guys live in your own world and don't know these things.
I want to hear from Joe's
He works for John
McFly. I'm not saying he doesn't know. It just sounds funny.
Anyway, he said, again, he's bilingual, and he quote tweeted that video, the Randy press conference, and he said, people don't really think he's serious, do they? He's definitely more tongue-in-cheek than anything else, in my opinion. I understand the way it translates because people were translating it online, but if he and Cal didn't have a relationship of sorts, he probably wouldn't speak this way. He later goes on to say, I think the only way there's actual beef here is if Cal Raleigh comes out and says he personally took offense to it, which he has not.
Well, that runs afoul to every single other Spanish speaker that we've heard from.
Well, and I think Cal acknowledged it wasn't a joke by saying that he called him to apologize. Mm-hmm. If this is all fun and games and we're friends and this is how we joke, then you don't need to do that.
Mm-hmm. But once again, we don't know.
That is a good question, Lyle. Answer that one. If it's a joke, why did Cal have to call and apologize? And why didn't Cal just say, Randy's just joking?
Well, we haven't heard from Randy yet. Maybe he still feels like it was lighthearted.
But why didn't Cal then wait? Like, why didn't Randy text Cal and be like, hey, man, this is all just a joke?
Maybe Cal doesn't want to air it out. Maybe he wants to let Randy tell the story. I
don't know, man. I got to say, Lyle,
that's Lyle's story, and he's sticking to it.
Lyle, I can buy this isn't going to be a big deal. It might not be. I'm right there with you. If both players want to put team over issue and put it all behind them and move forward, it won't be an issue. You're absolutely right.
And I fully, 99.99999% believe that will happen.
I think it will
because of everybody else in that clubhouse.
I think that's true.
Because of Josh Naylor, because of Julio Rodriguez, because of all of the other leadership and Cal. Like that is going, and Dan, it's not going to happen. This is not going to be an issue when they all return. But it would sure be nice to hear from Randy. It'd sure be nice to enough. Be done with this.
It would be. I think you're right. I also think there's a small percentage chance that Randy's not here on August 1st. I think both those things are possible. I think it's much more likely that everything's fine. But I'm not going to guarantee you that. And by the way, 425, can we look at the history of Randy and Cal? There's no sign of them having beef. How do you know? I don't think we know enough about what goes on in a clubhouse or what goes on in people's heads to know that. We certainly don't know enough about Randy. He doesn't talk. Maybe Randy doesn't like Cal. I'm not saying that's true, but we don't know. You don't know how they feel about each other. I mean, I don't know. That doesn't do it for me. Maybe.
I would say
I don't know anything to say they do have beef, and I'm not going to pretend like I do.
Again,
but saying it's nothing, I don't think we know that.
I would rank, though, of the 26-man roster,
as
far as the most independent of the independent contractors. If you were to rank who's the most, on one side of it, and who's on the other side of that, Randy's the 26 out of 26. He's doing his own thing on his own schedule, his own way. And you know what? You produce and you go 30 for 30.
Yeah.
I don't think many people will care all that much.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Before I ask you some questions, Brock, can I give a quick little shout out?
Yes, sir.
To one Avery Salk.
Oh.
My oldest daughter.
Her birthday, too?
No, that was back in January. Just a quick little shout out. She got the team MVP for her volleyball tournament this past week. Yeah.
What?
Just going to throw a little quick shout out at Avery. She's been working hard, playing volleyball. She had to play out of position. They were missing some people.
Oh.
So she moved from middle blocker to right side. Had to do a lot more setting, a lot more spiking.
Is she taller than you now?
No. She's
close.
Not. I mean, she's 5'6". She's tall, but she's 5'6".
She is tall.
Yeah. She likes to say 5'7".
I think she's 5'7".
Okay, well, you can say that.
She wears her hair up a little bit.
Yeah.
She's getting near eyeball to eyeball.
Yeah. It's still not.
Attaboy, girl.
I appreciate that she's in high school and she's adding height because I was always trying to pretend that I was short.
Even in high school, yeah. She's only in 8th grade. I mean, she would appreciate you giving her the extra year.
Being a taller girl,
Yeah.
sometimes you don't like that. So I appreciate that
She's
like,
adding
no,
height.
give me the extra inch.
Yeah, well, playing volleyball, you want all the inches you can get. But anyway, she got a little team MVP award yesterday. Huge kudos to Avery, who's been working hard and she wins she often wins the Spirit Award, which is great because she is a really she loves to cheer for her,
My
her
gosh,
teammates.
with that hockey tournament, man, does she love those girls.
I know. Yeah, she loves cheering for Cecily's team also, which is great.
Yes.
But kudos to Avery. That's really awesome. Super proud of her. Brock, question number 1 for you. Sam Darnold. We're going to hear the same thing all year
we are, Salt.
about how Sam's still not that good.
Yep, Chris Canty's right. Kind of asked him yesterday about the whole, or he went in on it. The sound we played of Michelle Smallman the week before. Well, the Rams this and everybody else. Oh, the Niners now added Mike Evans. Oh, well, Seahawks. You still got Sam Darnold. Yeah, we got Sam Darnold. Just won a Super Bowl. And he won more games in back-to-back years than any other quarterback in NFL history. But you know what? We will hear that. And he's not going to be in the top 10. That's just a precursor to all these other lists that are going to really, really tick me off. Well, he turned the ball over 20 times. He didn't turn it over the last 4 games of the year when it mattered the most, did he? Did he?
No.
No, he did not. Did he outplay Matt Stafford, the MVP? Yes, he did. Did they win a Super Bowl? Yes, they did. Does it matter in the national narrative? Very little. Chipped away at it. Just got to stop turning it over. And I guess you got to win, another Super Bowl before we'll actually give you the credit he deserves. So, yep, congratulations, Chris. And you're right. I'm not mad at Chris Canty. This is not a trash take at all. He's absolutely right. He is just kind of the harbinger of what's to come this offseason.
Yeah. All right. Question number 2. Sounds like Rachaad White could be a viable candidate, Brock, to fill that running back spot. Here was Mike Garafolo yesterday.
I'm expecting something to happen here in the near future with Rachaad White. I'm told that he was one of the fallback options potentially in Seattle if they didn't have Kenneth Walker, and some of these other teams going to be looking at Rachaad White.
All right. Rachaad White, a Seahawk. What do you think?
He's a pretty explosive dude. You kind of look at the production and the numbers, and unfortunately for him, Tampa went a little younger, and Bucky Irving's a really good player when he's healthy, like a really good player. And, yeah, I think that's a possibility. I will be curious. Today is the deadline because the new league year begins of a lot of these teams and whether they're going to tender all of their restricted free agents. I keep a little eye on that as well. So I know the familiar names all went, the Tyler Algier and some of the other guys, Rico Dowdle, some of these we'd heard of. He's the one remaining. He can catch a little bit. Lyle, you saw him at ASU. He had quite a circuitous. That's a dangerous word.
Is it?
I said harbinger earlier. Circuitous. Yeah, that's something you got to be careful. Circuitous. Because he 3 different colleges, ended up at ASU. Explosive guy, 40-plus inch vert, powerful, strong, had a 1,500-yard season, catching it and running it in the NFL. So there's some background of production there. Yeah, I think he's a viable fallback candidate. I'll remain steady that let's see with the new league year beginning, some other opportunities that might open up.
All right, question number 3. Reek Woolen goes to Philadelphia, Brock. 1-year deal. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think this is I think for Howie Roseman, this is a kind of a Howie Roseman kind of deal. And I think for Reek Woolen, you think the Seattle market's tough? You think yours truly calling you out? One time, like, get ready for Philly, buddy. Like, you do one of those penalties in Philly?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like, this is boom or bust. This is as big a boom or bust kind of deal on a 1-year deal. And if you're Howie Roseman, you're going to make it really clear, hey, man, like, there's no margin here. I just want to let you know. I even felt that to a degree, Salk, when I went from Seattle to Indy. And Indy, not from a market, but just from the demand of a fan base. Like, the further you go east, the more demand is going to be on you and how you carry yourself and what you tweet and what you say and how you practice and your body language and your willingness to tackle and all of that. There's no brotherly love unless you produce. And you got 1 year to produce in Philly. You're going to get the best or you're going to get the worst of Reek Woolen?
It's going to be a very
it's going to be
interesting mix. That is today's Blue 88. I got some text yesterday from a Philly fan like, hey, what do I need to know about Reek?
Oh, boy.
Old buddy of mine. I was like, he's super talented.
Yep.
He was like, I'm a little nervous that the Seahawks decided to keep Philly's castaway Josh Jobe and let Reek go. And I was like, yeah, you should be. You should be very, very nervous about that. He's like, well, what is that? I was like, if he's so talented. I was like,
he's going to.
I just sent him the clip of Mike in the NFC Championship game, being like, "Yeah, I already know who it is. 27." He was like, I see, got it." Yeah,
he's going to ride with that D tackle though.
Him and Jan Carter. Yeah, the thing about Reek is he does a lot of dumb stuff on the field. I don't think he's a dumb guy. Like he seems like a great dude, doesn't he? I think he seems like a great dude.
Sure.
I mean, that was how we always came off in interviews. And
we heard Wyman say, I love that kid. Yeah, like he's just young, right? I mean,
he does dumb stuff.
Yeah, he's just young.
There's no doubt. But it's a different type of problem than, like, as I said, Jalen Carter
I don't
might
think
be crazy.
it's I don't think it's sinister. I don't think it's self-serving.
No. I think he
You don't
just
get that vibe.
blacks out, as you've said, and just kind of, I don't know how
No, I think
bright
Wyman
he
said
is
he
on the
black-
football
Wyman
field.
said he blacks out.
Okay, sorry. Well, he's
Yes.
right. I don't know. I don't put him in the same camp as Jalen Carter. Jalen's a little different, don't you think? No?
I mean, I think Jalen, I don't know, like he's done some, he's made some really dumb choices off.
Right, and Reek hasn't done that.
No.
At least not that I know of. Like, I don't know of anything like that. That's why I don't really put them in the same camp. I don't think that's fair to Reek. But, yeah, all right.
No, it's more attention to detail. That's the camp I'm going to put them
Well,
both
that's
in.
a different thing.
I'm going to say a walkthrough. Maybe they're both going to be doing their own little thing at times and have to be reminded, hey, snap out of it.
The
Here we go.
problem Reek
Lock in.
has is that he doesn't have Jalen Carter's talent. I mean, he's talented.
I don't know, man. He's
Stop
got
it.
12 million.
Brock,
Salk.
stop it. He does not have Jalen Carter's talent. Stop it.
Could he be the number one corner in the league?
No.
If he had Josh Job's attention to detail with his physical traits?
But Jalen Carter might be the best defensive tackle in the league. So whatever he's doing to mess that up isn't messing it up that much. I'm sorry, I can't put them in the same camp. No. In fact, I'm going to play you that sound from Chris Canty next on Brock and Salk.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
Sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Are you stuck on the credit card treadmill? Are you stressed because your consumer debts and those monthly payments, they're just simply too high? Well, Brock Ewart here with a smart solution for you this morning. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a whole bunch of cash you're not taking advantage of. Consider a cash out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate your high balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit and student loans, or simply get cash for that remodel you've been wanting to do. And with interest rates finally coming down, consolidating your debt now may just be the best decision you ever make. With excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington for over 25 years, Tila, they got competitive rates on refinance, purchase, or reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. They're ready for your call this morning, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way. But the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Find your pot of gold at Lake Washington Windows and Doors with savings up to 20% on new windows and doors for your home. Plus, enjoy easy 12-month same-as-cash financing. Strike gold today. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
The madness tips off next week, and with it comes your chance to win the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register, receive your bracket, and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-266-3845. Again, that's 800-266-3845. 800-266-3845.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Ewart. And Brooke Ewart.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Half hour from now, we're going to talk to Aaron Sele, former Mariner pitcher, 2001, of course.
Paulsbo guy, I believe, right?
Yeah, sounds right. And he's been working, I believe, as a scout for however many years. And I think he's now done. So looking forward to talking to him. It was suggested to me by a friend that he would make a great guest and would be fun to talk to. When I texted him, he said, I hope I don't put your listeners to sleep. So I don't know exactly what to expect from Aaron Sele, but he's going to join us at 8:30, and I'm looking forward to talking to him. So that we'll do that and talk some baseball.
I know he had a nice curveball that kids all over the Pacific Northwest try to emulate Salk, certainly in the wiffle ball game.
Big 12-6.
Created a lot of movement on that 12-6.
Yep, a lot of movement on the old 12-6. Okay. Brock, since you brought him up, let's talk for a moment about kind of the options that are out there now for the Seahawks. Okay. They've been very quiet, right? They signed back 2 of their own guys. They have not dug into free agency at all. There does seem to be a thought that maybe they would like a lot of picks next year in what is supposed to be a really great draft.
Sitting on 12, yeah.
That's a lot of picks right now. And each free agent they were to sign, especially if it was a top-tier guy, could take away from the number of picks as it kind of balances out some of those comp picks that they get. But we have a couple of possibilities, at least in the trade market, that might be a good fit for them. One we spoke about a little earlier is Maxx Crosby. By all accounts, Max was, I saw Breer reporting this morning, back in the Raiders complex this morning doing rehab. He was there at 6 a.m. And they are saying, anyway, that they can move forward together with him still on the team. I'll be honest, I don't believe that. I know that that's what they have to say, because if they want any leverage whatsoever, and if it doesn't work,
help me and others understand that, because a lot of folks have said, "Oh, he'll never play for the Raiders again." Or, there's no way he could play for the Raiders again.
He could.
Yeah, help me understand why folks would have that sentiment.
They did just trade him,
right, for 2 firsts.
Yeah, but they were always gonna trade him, and then it didn't seem like he was going to play for the Raiders anyway, because he's expensive and he's good now, and they're not going to be good for a few years.
Right, but I think he thought, all right, I'm like all these baseball players do, especially in a sport that's traded a bunch and all these commodities. Like, okay, yeah, I'm done here. It's been a disaster. It's dysfunctional. Good luck to you guys. God bless you.
Right.
I'm gonna go somewhere to win. You're gonna get 2 first-round picks and try to help.
But you think now he's going to go back and be like, hey, it's not dysfunctional, like everything's fine?
Well, they spent $280 million. They bring in the best center in the game. They bring in other competent players. They go out and they spend significant money. And now you got me back, and you still got your first-round picks. So let's go. Let's go. Like, I don't quite fully understand.
He does not seem to have been on the same page with the organization for some time.
No, he's pissed at the end of last year, and, they shut him down and wanted to shut him down.
As I said, Brock, it's not impossible, but I still feel like they're going to trade him. And regardless of whether he's going to stay or they're going to trade him, you know what they have to say? Everything's fine.
That's right.
They don't have a choice. They have to say that. So, if you are going to trade for him, and maybe it does take something sight unseen where you waive inspection, waive medical, and just say, yeah, we're not going to give up as much, but you got to give. They're now going to have a bit of a salary cap problem. Yes, they can kind of fit it, but it seems like it's going to be a bit of an issue. So if I'm the Seahawks, I am certainly calling over to John Spytek today and trying to find out. The other conversation we had was, well, what about somebody like Jalen Carter? Maybe he's available, maybe not. It's a little unsure. But we asked Chris Canty yesterday, hey, should the Seahawks be interested?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know why the hell the Philadelphia Eagles would make Jalen Carter available. But if he were, you should. Because Jalen Carter, every single Sunday he steps foot on an NFL field, he feels like he's the best player on the field. And guess what, boys? Most Sundays, he's right. He's that good. Second team All-Pro in his second year. This guy is an absolute animal. His double team rate is amongst the highest in the NFL. One of the other things that he does really well, he bats the ball down at the line of scrimmage. In a lot of instances, those are as good as sacks. I mean, Jalen Carter is an absolute game record. He was the best player on a defense that won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago.
So why wouldn't Philly pay him? Why'd they pay his buddy next to him, Jordan Davis, and give him $75 million guaranteed? Why?
Because he might be crazy.
Yeah. Because if that crazy is showing up when he should be on best behavior, when he slipped in the draft from 1 to 9 because there was real concern about his maturity,
he might be crazy
on and off the field.
I
he may spit in somebody's face.
Right, so I asked I asked Chris Canty about it. Is he crazy? Would you pay him?
Well, listen up, and Brock will tell you this: he ain't out there baking cookies. Like you need a few guys that are off. You need some crazy now. You absolutely do. What concerns me about Jalen Carter in Philadelphia is a lot of his OGs, a lot of his big bros have graduated out of the program, right? Josh Sweat left, got the bag in Arizona. Milt Williams left, got the bag in New England. Like, those are guys that, from a leadership standpoint, you kind of need in that D-line room to kind of, I'm not going to say handhold, but be there to corral the crazy from Jalen Carter so you get the best of him without the downside, without him spitting in a quarterback's face before a snap is even taken. Those are the types of things. But guess what? In Seattle, you ain't got to worry about that. You got leadership in that building. You're good. So you could absorb a personality like Jalen Carter, and I think he would absolutely thrive under Mike McDonald.
Oh, yeah, you could. And absolutely with Leonard and Jaron here, but you're bringing him in here and paying him and guaranteeing him $90 million, and those guys are out the door. You really want to do that with Captain Crazy? You know where you love Captain Crazy? When they're just in their own world, man. When they're just in their own land and they're not eating the cap, and you've got leverage, and you could release them if it gets too crazy.
So I got to ask you this then, Brock. Tell me if this is I don't know whether this is possible or not, and it would very much affect my thoughts, because I do think the Seahawks should be interested if Jalen Carter is indeed available, and I don't know if he really is or not.
No.
Could you trade for Jalen Carter, have him and Leonard and Murphy and maybe Jaron Reed, I don't know, this year, and then next year, at the end of 2026, sign him, have Leonard retire or be done, and also still be able to sign Byron Murphy?
That'd be pretty tough, man.
You're talking, you can't pay your two D tackles?
I guess, but you're talking like significant money.
At the most important
position.
And
you passed on Jalen Carter the year before, and you were very fortunate to land on Byron Murphy, who should have never been available at 15 or 16. He should have been a top 5
I want them to re-sign Byron Murphy. That is a key part of it. So don't. I'm not trying to ignore that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to determine if it's possible to pay Jalen Carter and Byron Murphy.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Philadelphia would be an example of that. Can you pay Jordan Davis and this guy? I don't know. I mean, it's that eats
They paid other people too. They're paying Saquon Barkley. They're paying a lot of other people to positions, and all of those things eat up cash and cap as well. So I don't know whether that's possible, but I'm interested in finding out. Like, if it was, absolutely, you should be interested in this.
Yeah, I get real concerned, when the team that knows him best, kind of like we did with the Rick Woolen, right? And why your buddy called, and that's a 1-year flyer.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 1-year deal. Guy with immense talent, yet just kind of undisciplined. And is it always there? I don't know. You get real nervous when you guarantee those guys 80, 90, 100 million bucks.
I know.
That's not,
and
that's why Howie Roseman, of all people, who's willing to take a bunch of risks.
Yeah, and especially to Brock's point about them, they had him in and looked at him before the draft, and I think there were some things that they didn't love, and they've done a really good job ever since the Malik McDowell debacle of getting really good character guys.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that. You guys are right. I totally understand it, and I'm not trying to discount it. But you got to go back, and you have to at least think about what Canty said. He is the best player on the field most days, and he plays arguably, if it's not the most important position, it's number 2. You're not talking about, hey, he's a great player, but he's a linebacker. Oh, he's a great player, but he's a safety. Oh, he's a great player, but he's a running back. Oh, he's a great player, but he's a guard. He's a defensive lineman. He is an absolute game wrecker every moment of every game when he steps on the field at what I might argue is, after quarterback, for sure, the league's most important position.
Where do you rank that, though? Position. Like, we've talked how much with Mike McDonald about culture and how much time they've spent establishing that. Where does that rank in that equation?
It's a really hard question.
I was going to say, does Mike McDonald feel like he'd be a Jalen Carter guy?
No,
he doesn't.
No,
guys, I'm not trying to There is a bit of square peg and round hole here, but I also think that there is. Did Corey Dillon feel like a Bill Belichick guy? Did Randy Moss feel like a Bill Belichick guy when he traded for Randy Moss?
But you're not
after he was dogging it. You got to go back to those times, Brock.
Sure,
when
but
Randy
you didn't commit.
was in Oakland and dogging it specifically, literally refusing to play during games and not putting in any effort to embarrass people around him. Did that feel like a Bill Belichick guy?
They had a bigger need at those positions at the time than the Seahawks have right now.
I mean, Bill, if you want to talk about dogging it, Bill Belichick was pro, let's bring in AB. That lasted a week.
I get it. He tried it a bunch of times. Sometimes it worked, like with Randy Moss and with Corey Dillon, and sometimes it didn't work, like with Antonio Brown. But I do think that there is, once you've got culture, you do get the opportunity, whether you want to take it or not, to try to use that culture to acquire some talent and see if your culture can be strong enough to fit them into it. I'm not saying it's a must-do, believe me. I know, I'm not sitting here banging the drum saying the Seahawks have to trade for Jalen Carter. But to not look through it and not do due diligence, I think you'd be nuts. Like, you should absolutely try and look and see, because he's just a talent that is unique. There aren't many guys like that. And he plays a position that is of extreme importance to you with in a spot where I don't know how much longer Leonard Williams is going to play. Great player. I love Leonard. And if it meant like him or Leonard, I choose Leonard every day of the week. I love Leonard Williams. And I love Byron Murphy. But I just don't know how long you're going to have Leonard Williams. And the idea of having this guy ready to go to replace him is awfully intriguing to me.
NFL free agency is underway.
Walker finds a gap, 40, 35.
Ian Rappaport, the Chiefs are signing Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker.
3 years, $45 million.
The worth of K9 to the market was far greater than the value that it could be here. I thought John laid that out really well last Thursday with Dave and Bob.
What's his value for us, and how do we fit that in?
What's next for the Seahawks?
$58 million in cap space right now. We have guys locked up for a couple years.
We're the home of your Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
All right, hey, it's Maxx Crosby. I don't know if you've been considering GLP-1 injections to try to lose weight, but if you have been, before you start, just ask yourself some questions, right? Are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 a year and then stay on that medication long-term to maintain the results? A lot of these prescription weight loss injections do require weekly shots, and when the medication stops, weight regain is very, very common. Most people don't know that the research is showing a significant portion of that weight loss can actually come from muscle, and that could slow down your metabolism and make keeping the weight off even harder. It's why I say try Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They do have a different approach. It's a doctor-developed program. They help people lose 20, 30, maybe more pounds in just 60 days. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence either. Instead, just use real food to reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings naturally, and help your body burn fat, not just muscle. If you want a safe, affordable alternative to weight loss and injections, go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com and keep that weight off for good. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
We've got a surefire way for you to feel lucky this St. Patty's Day. Get a saltwater hot spring spa from Olympic Hot Tub. Take advantage of big savings and get 5 years to pay for it interest-free. But hurry, this deal ends St. Patrick's Day. OlympicHotTub.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ way.
Your new home is now ready. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new homes that are ready today. With new construction communities throughout the Puget Sound and Central Washington areas and more coming, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. At D.R. Horton, we're still building with more construction, more communities, and more homes available every day. Find your new home, now ready at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys Holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. Obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Cal, Randy, no beef, at least according to Cal, who did what he could to squash it yesterday.
There's no beef. I love Randy. When we're back in Seattle, he's my brother. He's family. We're all in it together. Just like I'm here right now with Team USA, and I got no hard feelings towards him. Like I said, I don't see this being a thing at all, and it is what it is.
That boy, Cal.
Is it over? We haven't heard from Randy yet. I assume we will at some point later today, maybe. Very surprised that he has yet to put out even a statement about it. Cal said that he tried to contact Randy.
I reached out to Randy, and, I told him, essentially, if you felt disrespected or whatever it may be. But, it's just, we're just playing the game. And, I think he would want the same if I was his teammate and we were playing, somebody in a playoff game, and he'd want that same kind of energy from me. So I think that's kind of how I see it. And I reached out and, put it to bed. I think I love Randy. Like I said, I got no beef at all. So.
To be continued?
I think so.
Or is it over?
Well, it's not over because we haven't heard from Randy, and we don't know how it will play out, behind the scenes, because we don't get to really be there. Do I think it's going to be a big problem? No, probably not. Do I think that it could be? Sure, of course. You just don't hear those things said from one major leaguer about another, let alone a teammate, very often in this game. So in the meantime, Team USA loses, I don't think because of this, more because it doesn't seem like their manager realized that they needed to win the game last night.
Absolutely. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to get some guys off their feet, no question about it. I'd like to get Goldie a start, and he has been awesome, just a leader of men behind the scenes with Aaron Judge. I'd like to get him in there. I'd like to get Gunnar in there again. Ton of respect for Italy. It's weird. We want to win. We want to win this game, even though our tickets punched to the quarterfinals.
The problem is it hadn't been punched to the quarterfinals. They needed to win in order to do that. Now they're at risk if Italy loses to Mexico today, and Mexico scores five or fewer runs. They're out.
They're out. He's not a skipper anywhere, right?
No, he's an analyst.
He's interviewed, though, for managerial jobs, is he not?
I don't think so.
Oh, really?
Maybe, but I mean,
I thought I've seen his name on a lot of short lists.
He's just been an analyst for MLB Network.
Punching tickets.
Punching tickets like Matt Brash. Yeah, that's a weird situation. Mariners win yesterday. Another good outing for Cooper Criswell, so maybe that bodes well for either him as a bullpen option or for him as somebody that could be part of those depth starters that you may need.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, chaos in NFL free agency as the Ravens have voided the trade of Maxx Crosby, sending him back to the Raiders. So he's there working out and trying to rehab. Apparently, they didn't like the medicals, or maybe they just wanted to sign Trey Hendrickson, which they did later this morning. But Crosby is now potentially available, and maybe available for less than he was a week ago.
Mm-hmm. Bad business in Baltimore, man. That is the overriding thought from just about everybody. And even when you hear, like, Tom Pelissero doesn't get that fired up about this stuff. Like, he really, has that journalistic integrity and whatever, just reporting it. You could feel it and sense it in his voice. You could read it all over social media. You could see it. Man, Jason La Canfora, I know he's no longer employed by CBS. That guy that guy is off his rocker at times, and he's just fed up. Like, you don't do this. That Ozzie Newsome would never do this. This is Eric DeCosta right in the crosshairs of just, man, doing bad business from many people's standpoint.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Rotten loss yesterday for the Kraken. Just really rotten. Played really well in the first period. They were awesome. Got up 2-0 and then just let it all go away in the second period. Ryan Winterton had a tough night. The fourth line that I've been so excited about, Brock,
yeah,
they were putrid last night. Really, really bad. And it cost them. They ended up losing 3-2. Big blown opportunity against a team going in the wrong direction. And so, we'll see what happens.
Your guy not played last night? Melanson?
No, he played. He didn't play well.
He did.
But not as well, certainly.
Gotcha.
Winterton had a tough night. Myers didn't have a great... that fourth line was not good. They'll host Colorado tomorrow, and then Vancouver, and then Florida on Saturday. I think it's Saturday, Sunday, Vancouver and Florida. So that's everything you need to know. Oh, a guy named Bam. He scored 83 points last night, and he now has 80... He is now second, Brock, all-time in one
Makes
game.
Sense.
Behind Will Chamberlain
and Bam Adebayo.
And then Kobe.
We also have a new deal for Daniel Jones and the Colts.
50 mil? Did he get the 50 mil a year he wanted?
2-year, $88 million deal worth up to $100 million.
Wow, 44 to 50 a year for a guy who last year or a year earlier was cut.
Yep.
That's amazing. That's really impressive.
Did Will Chamberlain actually score 100 points, though?
There is a debate. Nobody has film.
Nobody has film?
Nobody has film. We just don't know, but it sounds like he did. I think he did. Okay. There are other claims of Wilt's that we can't necessarily prove either, but I think this one we're reasonably sure about. All right, Aaron Sele, never been on the show before, former Mariner pitcher, of course, part of that 2001 team, and it's been suggested to me that we'd really enjoy interviewing him, that he'd be a lot of fun, and I just came across some information about him, Brock, that I didn't realize that actually makes him an incredibly timely guest today. He might be able to speak on a very pressing, not on beef, but on another pressing issue in the sports world today. So Aaron Sele, next on Brock and Salk.
All week long, Lyman and Bob are broadcasting live from Mariners spring training in Peoria, Arizona. Every afternoon starting at 2.
I cannot wait to get down there.
The expectations.
Based on what we saw last year, what they've done in the offseason, that's not kooky talk, Dave. No, it's not.
Your favorite Mariners.
If you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations.
Lyman and Bob live at Mariners spring training all week long on the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Well, it is now into March, and I'm just curious how your fitness goals are going. Are you tired of crowded gyms and sweaty machines? Ooh, the wind and the rain. Right now going on in Western Washington, do you want to avoid that kind of slog to and from? Well, you could do so with your own home gym. And my friends at Top Fitness, well, they got the best stuff, the best quality products out there. I'm talking brands like Precor and True and Octane and Inspire and Stairmaster and more. And there is nothing better. Truly, there's nothing better than your own home gym. Maybe you got a room that's been underutilized. All you got to do is call my friends and reach out to my friends at Top Fitness. And they will take your room, they will take your dimensions, and they will build you a home gym right in your own space. They got the largest selection of equipment in the state, and their staff will show you why it's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love their stuff. They got locations in Tukwila, in Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com for all the info. Avoid the rain, avoid the commute, avoid the wait. Get your own home gym, and my friends at Top Fitness will get you there. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey. Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Experience the Seattle RV Show. All the makes, models, and floor plans. Get special rates, incentives, and show-only deals. Talk to RV experts and check out all the add-ons and upgrades. March 12 through 15. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better hustle. Contest runs through March 18th. From the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
Baseball season is in full swing, and Toyota of Kirkland is kicking things off with 2 lineup standouts, the Camry and the Corolla. Whether you want the Camry's smooth power or the Corolla's reliable efficiency, these are the cars built to get you to every first pitch. Take a test drive today so you can take home your new Toyota that same day. No waiting, no extra innings. Step up to the plate at Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Adults ages 18 to 65 and older are invited to try out for the PSSBL this Sunday, March 15th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-little leaguers to high school, college, and even former pros. Get all the info at PSSBL.com. That's PSSBL.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh boy, here we go again. Another Salk guesty. Here we go.
Like Chris Canty yesterday?
You nailed that one. That was
Thank
good.
you.
Yeah, well,
I'm doing my work this week. How dare you? What's the matter with you?
What? No, it's not it's just got to finish, Saul.
Oh,
finish
gotta
line.
finish. I see.
Finish
I
line.
see how it is. That's really nice.
And me and Aaron Sele got something in common, huh? We use our kids for our voicemails. I like that. Attaboy. I knew I'd like this guy all the way along. I certainly loved watching him pitch back in the day. But I'm going to guess when we do get a hold of him here, he's a little bit like me, watching these young QBs of today. Like, are you serious? How are they able to do this? How are they able at 15 and at 16 and at 17 to do this? How in the world could that kid we watched the other day, Contreras, How can a 17-year-old be pitching in the WBC throwing 97?
It does feel ridiculous
with a phantom forkball. What are we doing? What are we doing?
It's a different world, man,
yes,
of what these guys do and what they throw. We'll talk to Aaron Sele here in just a sec. He just texted me, so we're just having a phone issue. Nice. He'll be right on in like a minute or so. He's just going to call in, rather, for whatever reason. We're having some silencing issues, but we're good. He'll be here in just a sec. And I got a bunch of stuff for him. Again, member of the 2001 team. Remember, they're getting a statue put up at T-Mobile for them, so curious to ask him about that and some of his memories. And there were times last year, Brock, where we did compare last year's team to 2001, just kind of the role that it felt like they were on, the depth of the lineup, right? All of that. So without further ado, let's talk to Aaron Sele, former Mariner. Good morning, Aaron. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Where did we find you these days, Aaron? Where's home for you now?
Home is in Montana. I'm in the Bitterroot Valley there, south of Missoula.
Oh,
beautiful spot.
Oh, my neck of the woods.
Brock likes it over there. That's a really beautiful spot.
Yeah, I had a daughter get married up in Kalispell. I brought the Salk family, the Salk Wynn family out there to that wedding. Been to Missoula, Bozeman. My son-in-law, are you familiar with Whitehall? That little stop off of I-90? That's where my son-in-law is from. Nice. So, yeah.
But
I'm a Montana guy.
Exactly,
cool.
yeah.
Man.
My brother from another mother grew up here, and I found my way out here when we were at Washington State playing ball together, and it was a dream to get out here, and it just took me 30 years.
just 30, no biggie. So what are you doing now? I mean, people remember you as a pitcher. I remember you because I grew up in Boston, so I remember you early in your career in Boston. And then Mariners fans, of course, remember you here in Seattle. What have you been doing since your ball playing days? Because you were scouting, is that right?
Yeah. I retired in 2007 and sat around for about a year and decided, you know what, need to get out and start doing something. And started working with the Dodgers as kind of a special assistant to the general manager, who was Ned Coletti at the time. And just a little bit of front office stuff, a little bit of player development. Worked my way more into a scouting role. I have 4 daughters, and so that gave me a lot of flexibility in terms of making sure I didn't miss any volleyball games or school plays or anything like that. So kind of found my way into that role, and I bounced around to a couple different teams and walked away from a couple teams just for a lot of different reasons. And last October, I finished my run with the Kansas City Royals and have officially retired. So that's what I'm doing now. That's why I'm in Montana.
Oh man! So nothing with the Mariners. You after you finished with them, did you been back doing anything with those fellas?
No, I haven't. I went straight into with Dodgerland, and it's just been kind of a run of teams and friends from there. So no, I covered last year. I covered the AL and the NL West, big leagues and AAA. So I saw a lot of the Mariners. Got a chance to come back to Safeco and enjoy meeting all the family and friends and stuff that are still Mariner people there. Mm-hmm. So it's been around them, but not.
Aaron,
not
it's now T-Mobile. Okay, it's no longer Safeco. Aaron, can you get it right, please? It's not T-Mobile.
Just another reason that shows you how old I am, the gray in my beard, that kind of stuff.
Oh, so that's actually then a good question, because there were times last year where we did compare last year's team to the 2001 team. Not exactly the same, obviously, and they sure didn't win as many games in the regular season as you guys did, but there did feel like there was an element of it came out of nowhere a little bit. There was a lot of talent, but I'm not sure either team was expected to be as good as they were. The depth of the lineup, the incredible run that the pitching rotation could go on. As a scout, when you were looking at last year's team, what did you see?
Well, that's exactly it. It's, you start with that rotation, and it's arguably the best in the, 1 through 5, the best in the league. And that's scary. And then you throw in, one of the things the Mariners have done is they seem to have find a bunch of middle relievers that they kind of just keep recreating. And they come out and they're effective. And, so that group, and then you had a couple horses at the back end of the bullpen that were just they're just big beasts and animals, and they finish games, and it's you win with pitching. You always have, and then like you said, the players and offensively. I mean, Cal of course was amazing, and I still don't know why he doesn't have an MVP trophy. But it's in Arozarena bounced back, and there's a couple other guys. Robles had a great year. Not Robles, I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm blanking, but they put it together, and they made quality outs. That's what we don't talk about anymore. It's like just the quality out, like not necessarily the old school game of moving a runner over, but making outs that matter. In terms of hitting a hard line drive for sacrifice fly, or whatever. They're relentless 1 through 9, and they've got the pitching to match. And as a scout, you looked at the team and maybe thought they underperformed a little bit because of the talent, and then last year, like, okay, this is what we thought.
So Aaron Sele here with us. Aaron, if you were with us at spring training a week and a half ago, we're down there and we're embedded with the Mariners for a week. It's an absolute blast. It's Salk's favorite week of the year and one of mine as well. As we're right there. You know that facility. We sit right outside the cafeteria, right next to watching the guys do their bullpens and everything else. If you were standing next to me and Shannon Dreyer as we watched Ryan Sloan pitch, he's 20 years old. He's throwing 99 miles an hour. He's painting the corners with his off-speed stuff. This is a kid that is 20 years old, 2 years removed from high school. And I turned to you and said, how is he doing this? And what was it like 25 years ago when you guys were throwing bullpens? How are the guys at this age doing this now?
Well, I mean, it is amazing. The creation of stuff is a phenomenon that wasn't around when we were there. I mean, we talked to, I would talk to Jamie Moyer and be like, hey, your changeup is amazing. How do I do that? Then I would go to Freddie Garcia and say, like, your changeup is amazing. How do you do that? Paul Abbott. And then you would start tweaking and changing grips and all that stuff. And you'd start to try to, quote unquote, create different actions or different movements or whatever. Now they have these biomechanical labs that they get guys in there and they can, show them on the slow motion capture films of how their hands coming through the ball and different things. Now, the flip side of that is there's also a reason everybody breaks in baseball now after half a year because they start throwing the ball differently. They're making max effort throws. They're doing things that we never wanted to do because we didn't want to get hurt. Availability is still the best ability around. And in football, I'm sure that's probably what you guys said too. So, it's and how do they, well, the other thing I want to bring up too is we've changed how we've measured the fastball a whole bunch in the last 15 years. And so there is some of that, a 99 mile an hour fastball may have been a 95 mile an hour, 96 mile an hour fastball back when I played. So there's a little bit of the,
You mean because of where we're measuring it?
Correct. And I guarantee there's going to be somebody way smarter than I am come in and talk about how it gets done or whatever. But yeah, I mean, even way back in the day, they had what they called the ray gun, which had what they called a roll down. So it would pick up the ball halfway to home plate and it would say 92. And then you'd get another score that would say like 85 or not that much, but say 92 to 88 at home plate. So it would give you 92, 88. Well, 88 was where it crossed the plate. Now we're measuring at the fingertips. So we're measuring at the fastest max potential velocity that you could possibly ever have. So the numbers have all gone up. Now, do people throw harder? Absolutely. Do more people throw harder? Absolutely. Like, don't. I'm not one of those old grumpy old men kind of guys. It's these
kind
guys
of sounded like it, Aaron. Aaron, you kind of sounded like it. I'm just going to be honest. You kind of sound like it.
John Smoltz with us here on. Sorry, I got confused there. No, that's a really good point though, because I've seen those things that say like Nolan Ryan would have actually been throwing 112 in today's with today's guns just based on how they did it.
Yeah, but then again, too, is when you look at the volume of players, like you said, here's a 20-year-old kid who's in a bullpen It's not even a game. He's in a bullpen throwing 99. That's crazy.
It is.
That's absolutely mind-blowing. He's not the only one. Like these kids they're strong, and they do different types of workouts, and they do all this stuff, and it's.
So you weren't front squatting. You weren't front squatting 315 pounds for reps like Sloan.
Yeah, no, not so much. No.
He does now, just not back then.
That's right.
Hey, so I got two questions for you, Aaron. Two things I want to know about. One from right before the year 2000 season, and one from right before the 2001 season. I'll start with the 2001. Heading into that year, did you have any idea that you guys were going to be that good?
I tell this story every time somebody says that. So we literally, Jamie Moyer and I we pulled the starting pitchers down the line, and we just said, hey guys, we know we're probably not going to be scoring a ton of runs. So we need to really focus on doing what starting pitchers do. Work quick, get early count, weak contact, get your outs, and pitch as deep into games, and know you're going to be in tight ball games. And then we blew the doors off the world offensively. So, we had no idea. We knew we had a good team. We'd lost Alex Rodriguez, right? So that's, arguably at the time one of the top 3 players in the game. And you're thinking, we didn't know what we had in Carlos Guillen, who played spectacularly. We had no idea what Ichiro was. He's just some little left-handed hitter from Japan. Like, that's literally what we thought. We had no idea. And we just came out and shocked the world kind of with the offense and the belief system. And these guys just fed off each other. I cannot tell you how many times Mark McLemore would come in the dugout and yell, hey, guys, we need 4 in the 4th, and we'd score 4. And it like what happened? Like, hey, guys, we need 5 in the 5th, we'd score 5. It's just like, holy crap. I mean, sorry, but it's like these guys were amazing. They were absolutely amazing. And there was, it's pass the baton kind of mentality. It's like, all right, I'm going to get up there. I'm going to hit get my hit, my double, whatever. We'll let somebody else drive them in. Somebody would move them over. I don't worry about it. I moved them over. The next guy will drive them in. Like, no egos. Well, we had some big egos, but in a really fun way. They were such great teammates.
That's really funny. All right. Well, then second question, and go back a year earlier, and this may be a timely story today. I don't know if you're keeping up with NFL free agency and saw what happened yesterday with Maxx Crosby, who was traded to the Ravens and then returned. Yeah. You actually have somewhat of a similar story, right? If I'm given the correct information, in 2000 you signed in Baltimore, right? And then they voided the deal before you came to Seattle. What happened?
Baltimore. What is up with Baltimore?
I know.
Golly.
Peter Angelos.
They've had a little bit of a long history of doing that, right? Signing guys and then failing their physicals, and really interesting. I mean, not that I would ever say that the owners play games or anything, but coming out of Texas, I'd had a 4-year run of 200 plus innings, won a bunch of games with some great teams, blah blah blah. Or no, I had 2 years there because I was Boston before that. So you get old, Damon. That's Brock. That's what we're doing. So,
did you just call me Damon?
Anyway,
sure. We're done with this. It was safe go first, and now you call me Damon.
Chill out over there.
Hey. Yeah, you got me. All right, you got me. Oh yeah. All right. Next time I see you.
Next time I'm in the Bitterroot Valley, I'm looking you up, Sele. All right.
Yeah. So I signed it. I had 3 offers that were the exact same for length of contract and dollars. Kind of strange. Ended up with Baltimore being the best deal, or kind of best place, like chance to win, whatever. We signed it. We agreed to contract. I went in, I took my physical, and I came out of it, and the doctor said, hey, great to have you. We need starting pitching, blah, blah, blah. Well, an hour later, we get a call from Angelos and said, hey, we're not sure about the physical. How about a 3-year deal? Same dollar, same AAV. And I was like, what? And then we called, and as you guys know, there's insurance you can get on body parts through different people. And the company that had done the insurance on my shoulder said, hey, we'll just do it for the Orioles too. Don't need to do another physical or anything. We'll just do it. And Angelo said, no, we're not going to do it. And at that point I said, I don't care what happens. I'm out. I'm not dealing with people like that. And I walked away. And it took Pat Gillick about 12 hours, and we were on a flight to Seattle to get my physical. So.
And the rest is history. Yeah, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
And in that run, by the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, 25 years ago when you were throwing to Danny Wilson, did you think 25 years later that Dan Wilson would be the skipper to lead the team to the ALCS?
1,000% no. I thought a week before Danny took the job, he wouldn't have taken the job. I literally was in Seattle, and we were upstairs in the press box and ran into him and whatever, and we sat down and had dinner before the game and just chatting it up. How you doing? How's Annie? Like, all that stuff. And like, are you wanting to do more? Or where are you at? Like, what's going on? And he's like, I love it. These great people, love the Mariners, like all of it. But I don't know. We'll see. Kind of gave me that answer. And all of a sudden, like a week later, he's on the field. And I'm like, what happened? Still haven't got a good answer on that one yet, but.
There's a lot to that story. Yes. I think.
Yeah. No, he's an amazing human. I mean, he's one of my favorite teammates of all time. He's so selfless. Like, it's never about Danny. Never has been. He just let the team win. Let's go. We're fine. Yeah. That's all he cares about. And so I think that's the connection tool that he has with the group of players that he has up there. I just saw the thing about Cal Raleigh and Arozarena on yesterday.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Like, Cal, good job. That's amazing. So
have you ever heard of anything like that, by the way? I could not come up with a single example of a major leaguer saying things like that about another major leaguer, let alone a teammate.
No, I don't know. This is the old man in me, right? It's like, we're playing on different teams, buddy. Like, I love you, but I'm on a different team. I'm going to beat you.
Yeah.
And then we'll go have dinner.
Now, you saw fights,
that's how it used to be.
Right? I mean, if I have it right, I think you were probably there when Mo Vaughn fought Mike Greenwell, right?
No.
Oh, is that beforehand?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's too bad.
Yeah, well, okay. Now, there may have been another fight. Yeah, well, there may have been another fight when I was there amongst teammates, but no names will be mentioned. But it was all it was just a build-up, and things happen, and then they're all hugging and going to lunch the next day. It's not a big deal, And hey, Mo and I got into it, and I would consider Mo a friend. I still owe him for saving me from George Bell, but still, we got into it one time when I was pitching, and the next day I went over and I apologized to him, and we were just laughing.
That was really smart.
Very smart.
I would apologize to Mo Vaughn. I remember when a couple guys got after him at the Paradise, and he beat the hell out of 12 people.
Oh yeah. It's just part of the culture. I mean, I think when you live with somebody for 9 months every single day, you can get a little edgy, and you have it out and you laugh and you move on.
All right.
So
last couple things here, and then we'll let you get running real quick. Were you doing pro scouting or advanced scouting? What kind of scouting were you doing?
I did a little bit of all of it. I did some international. I did some amateur. I did advanced, and I did pro stuff too.
Give me the advanced or pro scouting report on Julio Rodriguez heading into this season.
It's Julio is an amazing talent, and he's made some adjust. Like, if you're advanced scouting him to play him, you there were times last year he couldn't cover in, and he just couldn't do it. And he is a amazing baseball player, physical baseball player that's got all the tools. And I mean, if he went off and won an MVP of this year, it wouldn't surprise me because he's got the tools to do it. But it was like he got stuck sometimes. But I will say, I think he's made some huge adjustments, and I'm expecting a pretty big year out of him, is what I would say.
That'd be great. I think we would all like that. I think we would all like to talk to you again. This was a lot of fun. I'd
Just
like
don't
to
call
hear...
me Damon. Like, if we're going to do this again, okay?
I'd like more stories. All right, we have 1 minute.
I'm driving around trying to dodge deer, okay? My mind was distracted.
But seriously, bro, like, you didn't get hit in the head. Like, if you're a football player, Aaron, I would have no problem with that. All right? You made the right life choice.
Damon had a better career. What do you want of the guy's life?
That is true.
I mean, like, come on, be fair.
No, that's true. That's true. That's fair.
I didn't go down there.
Oh, I do. I go down there all the time. You played with one of my favorite players of all time. A guy that I had an opportunity to interview years later, 2006, 5 or 6, as he was literally sitting as a relief pitcher before the game in a chaise lounge in right field during warm-ups for the independent Nashua Pride, eating a Snickers bar. You got a chance to play for 1 year with Rich Garces, a gigantic fat man that they called El Guapo. Tell me one thing about Rich Garces.
El Guapo. Rich Garces had a nasty curveball, okay? Like, he was a strike thrower. He was a plus competitor. He was an amazingly nice human. He had that curveball to get outs with. Like, El Guapo just got a little loose with the dinner plate. I mean, that's what happened, so.
He's listed as 6 foot 250, which is awesome, and I think it might have at times been bigger than that. Hey, Aaron, thank you so much. This was fun. I would love to get your perspective again, and certainly as we dig into the baseball season, it sounds like you just love the game, and I'm sure it'll be a little different being away from it or in a different capacity this year. So we'd love to keep catching up with you and just hear your opinions on the Mariners and on the season.
Anytime, guys. A lot of fun. Yeah, I think Mariners fans have a lot to look forward to. Obviously, the expectations are really high, as they should be, but they got a chance. They got a really, really good chance, so it should be fun to watch them. So,
awesome.
Yeah, call anytime, guys.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Aaron. There's Aaron Sele, former Mariner pitcher. And you were giving me grief about my guess. It worked out pretty well.
It was the
You
timing
were
of it.
giving me grief, and it worked out pretty darn well.
Awesome.
He was great.
Well, he's a great human being. He's just one of those just great teammates, you know, like in that crew. You know, we've spent the day, it's funny, talking about all sorts of different things, right? Talking about Baltimore, bad business, talking about Randy, talking about the D-tackle in Philly, Jalen, like just talking about all these different guys. And it takes a kaleidoscope of different human beings. It really does. And you need the great guys on one end of the spectrum, the most selfless guys like an Aaron Sele and a Dan Wilson. And then you need the hard charging ego sometimes too. I mean, that's what completes the puzzle of team and how it all comes together. And
you ever seen
that
Rich
guy
Garces
was
play?
just such a good dude.
Have you ever seen Rich Garces?
I don't remember Rich Garces.
He was a 6 foot.
Remember Chris Bosio? Chris Bosio was a big man.
Rich Garces, El Guapo, the handsome man, and he was easy 250, and it was definitely a whole lot more than that.
Cologne?
No, fatter. I mean, he was really, really fat, and he was nasty. He had the curveball. He had like a little screwball
he was not
action.
Fatter than Bartolo Colon at the end. No way. At the end?
Brock, you heard something yesterday that we got to come back to next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
All week long, Lyman and Bob are broadcasting live from Mariners spring training in Peoria, Arizona. Every afternoon starting at 2.
I cannot wait to get down there.
The expectations.
Based on what we saw last year, what they've done in the offseason, that's not kooky talk, Dave. No, it's not.
Your favorite Mariners.
If you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations.
Lyman and Bob, live at Mariners spring training all week long on the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Tree's big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big trees.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Hour and a half drive here. To have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Find your pot of gold at Lake Washington Windows and Doors with savings up to 20% on new windows and doors for your home. Plus, enjoy easy 12-month same as cash financing. Strike gold today. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com. Your new home is now ready. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new homes that are ready today. With new construction communities throughout the Puget Sound and Central Washington areas and more coming, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. At D.R. Horton, we're still building with more construction, more communities, and more homes available every day. Find your new home, now ready at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text BOUNCE to 215215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text BOUNCE to 215215. That's BOUNCE to 215215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Mariners fans, the 2026 season is officially on deck. And Cal, Julio, and the defending AL West champs are ready to feed off your energy at T-Mobile Park. Be here for every monster home run. There it is, number 60. The magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues. Every 100-mile-per-hour heater.
He throws it and the ball game's over. Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Every clutch moment. A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead. It's going to be an epic 50th season, and you won't want to miss it. Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
Lock in your spot for the season with a Mariners Reserved membership. Get the best seats at the best prices for 20 games of the whole season, plus amazing perks like guaranteed postseason access, year-round savings, and more. Memberships start under $500. Find your plan at mariners.com/26.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about Mike Heward. Not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I sent you guys some pictures of Rich Garces.
He's a big boy now.
Come on.
Yeah.
He's only 6 feet tall.
I could send you a picture of Cologne at the end, Salk. He was
pretty fat. He was pretty big. He was pretty big. Calling him El Guapo, though, just always made it even better. I just loved that guy. Just truly one of my favorite players. Anyway, I loved Aaron Sele. That was great. Really enjoyed that, and I was serious. I hope we get an opportunity to talk to him more throughout the season. I thought
especially
there was a
when
lot
they
in
have
there.
a vested interest with somebody else, right? When he's not working for somebody else and he's just watching the games, and sounds like up in the beautiful Bitterroot Valley, he's going to get to see a lot of Mariners games and knows them and knows the people and knows Danny and going to be rooting for them. And yeah, that was fun, man. Just old baseball guys got so many old stories.
Somebody sent us in an El Guapo Rich Garces bobble belly that the Nashua Pride put together for him. It's pretty hilarious. The belly bobbles instead of the head. Oh, my God. Come on. You people are too much. Brock, yesterday we talked to Chris Canty, who was another new good. Hey, I'm 2 for 2 this week.
You are.
Can I get some props?
Yeah. You want to go to dinner tonight at C-Star with me? You want to go?
Yeah.
What do you got going tonight?
Nothing.
Okay. Why don't we meet up?
Yeah, I kind of do. Yeah, bring me along. No,
Okay,
I feel like I've done a pretty good job. Yesterday it was Chris Canty who was on for the first time. Today it was Aaron Sele. And there was, Canty said a lot, but one thing kind of jumped out to you, Brock, and I'm with you. I thought it was a very, very
and it's
interesting
telling today
spot.
with a reactionary move by the Ravens last night as well. I think this was pretty good for Mr. Canty.
All right, here we go. This was Chris Canty.
Well, what I learned is a lot of the decisions that are made when it comes to player acquisition are reactionary. A lot of the decisions that are made when it comes to coaching are reactionary. And it's interesting that you asked me this question, Brock, because we had Adam Schefter on a couple of months ago at the end of the regular season, and he made the point that sports wagering and how pervasive it is now has created a lot more fan outrage. And there is this upward pressure toward ownership to make impetuous decisions. We've had owners that can't get the hell out of their own way, that don't know what the hell they're doing in this league forever. But now those owners have a different type of pressure because there's a different level of scrutiny on the game and the decisions that are made.
All right, so what do you hear there? Why did that jump out to you so much?
Well, I think in particular the two teams that we're the flagship of have the most continuity and right up there with anybody in the game when it comes to owner and GM and president and the kind of the foundational elements of the organization. And because of it, I don't think either of them listen to the noise the way that many of their peers do and react to the outside noise the way their peers do. And when you've got all the relationships that John Schneider has, Salk, not just in his own building, but around the league, right? And you've helped Dan Morgan be the GM there in Carolina, and Scott Fitterer even before that, and others, right? In all over the place in different capacities that are capologists and different things. Like there's just such a feel of the lay of the land. There's just such a continuity that you know thyself and the way we're going to run our organization. And you know what? We're going to sign two guys, and they're both going to be our own, and we don't care. I'm not going to heed any, even, not that there is that much noise when you won a Super Bowl. And I think there's trust and belief now from a majority of the fan base. But, John's cheap. He ain't going to sign this guy. He ain't going to make this move. Like that noise and the outside noise doesn't have any impact. In New York, in Arizona, in markets all over the place that constantly churn and constantly turn over with owners, as you heard there from Chris, that do have an ear
Brock.
to that.
Yeah, I think that's right.
They become much more reactionary.
Yeah, it's a good point. And, we kind of always go back to, and it's a phrase I've heard from many people. I don't know if I always attribute it to Terry Francona, but I don't know if it's his, which is manage like a fan and you're going to end up one, because he loved that phrase. I don't think he invented it, but he said it a lot. And I think there's a lot to it. And that's kind of what you're saying here. Right? Own like a fan, and you're going to – it doesn't really work that way. You get to kind of own forever, unfortunately. But your point is really well taken. It used to be, though, I felt like we would say the opposite, that those fans held those teams accountable, and the amount of passion in some of those cities was what led – the Eagles, the Phillies. There are teams that play in some of these markets.
See, you feel the pressure. I just don't think that pressure does exist, but the noise to have to make these moves and noise to have to, I don't know, just kind of appease and do the popular thing Yeah, you feel the weight of expectation. Those markets have an expectation, and there's a pressure that comes along with that. And I think there's a lot of places that just feel.
I don't know, man. If you lose for a year or two, even with the Eagles, I don't care how great an owner Jeffrey Lurie is. I'm not going to wait around. I mean, Howie Roseman won, so he's been incredibly successful. And once you're winning, you're in great shape there, and it'll buy you some time. But, I mean, Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl. See ya. I mean, like, I don't know. I do think that I get the point. I think he's right. And by the way,
that's your old-fashioned internally motivated, externally motivated. I think there is an internal kind of pressure there from a Jeffrey Lurie, and like that. No,
you don't think any of that comes from
absolutely.
insanity around him?
I think so. No, I think that's fair.
There's got to be some level of reaction that leads to that.
Yep. Yeah, same thing in Arizona. Saw those diehard Red Sea fans, man. They put that pressure on Mr.
Well, that's kind of my point, though. Is I think you got to be careful making any sort of sweeping generalization, because sometimes these things work that way and sometimes they don't. Right? Why in the world would the Bidwells be reactionary? Who's giving them grief when they lose? Like some 95-year-old retiree in Sun City West? Like they just it's bizarre. Like they're just a bad organization filled with people that just
could be. It's not just fans in your market too. It's the media members. Yeah. It's winning the press conferences. It's trying to win the PR battles. It's trying to, we got to spend. I was chatting with somebody in the NFL that just continues to be befuddled. Like, it's just amazing to me that teams won't learn their lesson. It's not about winning the first day of free agency. How many times do those teams ever win? How many times do you have to look at these teams that overspend and make these moves to try to, look really good on the first day of free agency, and it blows up in their face over and over again?
It is pretty amazing. It is amazing.
Like, you just don't learn that popularity contest or that PR contest. And I really like this.
But I wonder if there's a different way of looking at that, Brock, which is how many of those owners, maybe it's not that they're reactionary. Maybe they just don't care as much about whether they win. They just need the interest. I mean, that's been the accusation against Jerry Jones. He's not reactionary. He just wants everybody to be talking about him all the time, and he continues to make money.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think any sweeping, this is the way it is with everybody, is always dangerous in anything. But I do think we have two examples here that have been super steady Eddie that I don't think pay attention to the noise. Do you remember our very first spring training? We sat down with Howard Lincoln. Do you remember this?
I do.
And I asked Howard what the most difficult part of the job was. And he said the media. Like, what? Huh?
I think we were both surprised to hear that dealing with the Seattle media, the three people that were down there
17 years ago,
would have been the most difficult part of his job.
Yeah, and that just kind of stuck with me. Like, that should.
Wonder if he would now change that to Randy Johnson. I wonder if that would change if he had a chance to answer that again years later. No, you're right, Brock. That is very different, and the Mariners have done an admirable job of this over the last couple of years, because there was a lot of noise not that long ago. A lot of people wanted them to act differently than they did. They stuck to their guns. They stuck to their beliefs, and they've put themselves in a position right now where the expectations are higher.
I guess as much as anything, honestly, instructive conversation. Always appreciate these. I like the things that are thought stirring and it kind of goes in different ways. I guess at the end of it, I would say, boy, if you don't have conviction about the way you want to do it, and you're trying to fly by the night, and you're trying to do piecemeal that, and that looks good, and I kind of like the way those guys do that, and I kind of, the league is going this way, I'm reacting to the league, and I'm reacting to this, instead of having a deep conviction of the way you're going to do your business, you tend to fail and tend to not have a job very long.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike three called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. They got a whole lot of conviction about the way they do their business. It's about taking care of you all out there. And it's spring and summer right around the corner. And if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, well, now is the time. With a patio cover, a heater, and fireplace from PCF, like they built for us some years ago, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long. In fact, I love sitting out there with the rain and the snow and everything else Mother Nature would try to throw at us and just enjoy the heat and the television, the fireplace. You can too. And right now, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project. No payments, no interest until 2027. You could save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions apply, but do what Molly and I did some years ago. Get a hold of PCF and find out all the details and start your planning and designing of your dream deck right now so you're ready to build by the spring and summer. Planning permits take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get your project ideas, browse your photos, and find all the details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com, making your outdoor space with people come first.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
We've got a surefire way for you to feel lucky this St. Paddy's Day. Get a saltwater hot spring spa from Olympic Hot Tub. Take advantage of big savings and get 5 years to pay for it, interest-free. But hurry, this deal ends St. Patrick's Day. OlympicHotTub.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, we've been talking about it on and off throughout the day. Cal Raleigh did meet with some members of the media yesterday to address what had happened with Randy Arozarena the day before. Randy obviously making some pretty disparaging comments about Cal. So Cal did speak to it, and here he is.
I hate that this is a thing. I really don't think this is a big deal, a big story. It shouldn't be a thing. I love Randy. I have all the respect for him and Team Mexico. I already reached out to him personally to talk with him. And obviously, when we're back in Seattle, we're family, we're brothers, and I'll do anything for him. I'll do anything for our team to win. And to me, it shouldn't be that big a deal.
Yeah, I think you and I saw this very similarly. I thought Cal diffused it as best he could. Now, he didn't fully apologize because I don't think he feels like he has anything to apologize for. He told Randy, by all accounts, before the game, not to do that. And ultimately he goes and tries to tap him up in game, and Cal doesn't do it. And then Randy is the one who's got to own his comments. And I'll be kind of curious to see. They'll play tonight. They were off yesterday. They'll play Italy tonight with a whole bunch on the line, by the way. Whole bunch on the line. The Americans could be knocked out of this thing, depending on the amount of runs scored between the Italians and Mexico tonight. Like, I would think it's now on him to diffuse it. Be done with it.
It is up to Randy now. There's no doubt. I mean, Cal said his piece and said, I don't think this is an issue. Randy is the one who was cursing at Cal in 4 different languages, as he said. So I would say it's up to Randy now to make a statement of some sort. If you don't feel comfortable doing it in the press, make a statement through the Mariners in writing, on paper. I mean, there's any number of ways to get this done, but I would agree it is now absolutely on Randy. And I will still say I can't come up with another example. Neither could Aaron Sele, neither could Jeff Passan, neither can Lyle, neither could Shannon. I can't come up with another example of somebody speaking like that about another player to the media. Never heard it. I've never heard it
even
in
in
my
World
life.
Series, even in hostile, even enemies. Even enemies.
I mean, I was in the middle and watched all of Red Sox Yankees at the height of their. I mean, maybe if you go back to the 70s, I don't know. But in my lifetime, I can't think of it. And so I do think that there's something here. How long it actually is a story, I think in many ways you're right, Brock. Depends on Randy and how he chooses to handle this next. Team USA lost 8-6 to Italy yesterday. They got down 8-0 in this game, clawed their way back. 8-6, down 2, 9th inning. Aaron Judge at the plate representing the tying run.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Judge swings and misses, and Italy has pulled off a stunner. The biggest win in Italian baseball history. They shocked the United States 8-6.
They sure did. Mark DeRosa didn't even realize that it was an important game. He apparently was under the impression they were already in and past pool play and into the quarterfinals. Total mess, but they lose, and now they are on the verge, Brock, of elimination today, depending on what happens.
Yeah, if that's a low-scoring game, then the Americans are going to be out.
If it's a low-scoring game and Mexico wins.
If Mexico wins,
if Mexico scores 5 runs or more, the Team USA is in, and if Italy wins, Team USA is in. But they sure left themselves open to a potential disaster, depending on what happens today.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Very curious to see what happens next with Maxx Crosby. He's back on the market after the Ravens reneged on their trade. They went out and signed Trey Hendrickson today, so that was maybe their plan all along. Who knows? Max is back and working out in Vegas. According to his agent, he wrote, Maxx continues to be on track in his recovery, and if anything is ahead of schedule, according to a surgeon, Dr. Neil Elatrosh, very famous surgeon. Maxx remains on track to return during the offseason program and will undoubtedly return as the dominant game wrecker he has been these past 7 seasons. So his agent says so, Brock. It's got to be true.
Sure. Oh, sure. Yep. Yeah, now it's on Mr. Spytek and the Raiders to see what they can do and how they can leverage this situation. How desperate are they going to be? All the conversation, remember, and it really started with Hawk Blogger on that Monday of pre-agency, and that was, well, the Raiders got to do something this week. They got to do something. You don't want to fall in that Hendrickson camp, Cincy, from the year before where everybody spends their money. Well, now kind of people have spent a lot of their money. So how much of a market is there for Maxx Crosby? People have signed their guys from around the league. All those edge guys, you referenced them, Salk. Owe gets $100 million, and Kwity Paye got $50 million, and this guy gets $70 million, and Hendrickson gets $100 million. So how many people are going to really spend that kind of draft capital and pay that kind of money and have now the cap space to do so? Different market conditions, and may activate your Seahawks again.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Such a frustrating loss for the Kraken yesterday. Heather and Cecily went to the game. Women in hockey night. It was cool to see Jessica Campbell interviewed between games. Our friend Asha, her sister, was out there playing between periods. Like, there was a lot of cool stuff, and the team played great for 20 minutes. And then they played an absolutely awful middle 20 minutes, gave up 3 goals, and lost 3-2. It was just a huge shame. A really winnable game against a mediocre team, and puts them a little behind the 8 ball. Big missed opportunity is LA and San Jose both lost, so they got Colorado tomorrow, Vancouver and Florida this weekend.
Well, and the good news end of things, and I know we've got a lot of listeners east of the mountains as well. We hear from you every time we open the phone lines up on Friday. Both the Gonzaga men and the Gonzaga women are going to be dancing yet again. Not a surprise for the men. I think they got a little bit of a blessing to face Santa Clara and not St. Mary's. Santa Clara upset St. Mary's in the semi, so they handled the Broncos, and the women handled Oregon State and the Beavers. So both the men and women, kudos to them and to just the continued sustain. You want to talk about conviction and the right way about going about it? Gonzaga's done it for many, many years on both the men's and women's side.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. Should I take a text, Brock, from a person whose last 3 texts were, give it up, Sock, glad you're not the GM, no on Carter, Sock, will your insanity never end? Should I take that person's text or not?
What do you mean you take their text?
I mean, there's a new text. I'm just wondering if you want me to read it or not. I will. What the heck?
I do, Sock.
Okay. Sock's going to go out and do his job. I got a dumb question. If you don't think it's going to be a big deal, why do you keep talking about it? You want to take that one, or should I? Would you like to take that one?
I'd like you to answer that in 5 minutes.
All right, I'll answer it next, and then we will keep talking about it, because until it's over, it's not over. Until Randy talks, it could be a thing. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
NFL free agency is underway.
Walker finds a gap, 40, 35.
Ian Rappaport, the Chiefs are signing Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker.
3 years, $45 million.
The worth of K9 to the market was far greater than the value that it could be here. I thought John laid that out really well last Thursday with Dave and Bob.
What's his value for us, and how do we fit that in?
What's next for the Seahawks?
$58 million in cap space right now. We have guys locked up for a couple years.
We're the home of your Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and they do have some pretty good concerts coming through. Hinder, April 4th, Pop 2000 tour in August. I'm pumped for Queensryche in October. Saw them a few years ago. They are a phenomenal band who puts on a great show, and I can't wait to go check out the brand new concert venue at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. All that info, concert tickets at snocasino.com, and while you're there, check out the unbelievable food options, including Falls Buffet. They're serving up all your favorites. It's Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERPs, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Join the Seattle Sports Commission for a star-studded fundraising event featuring the athletes and icons of Washington sports. Experience red carpet interviews, sports exhibits, a silent auction, and live awards show. Created for the sports community by the sports community, all while supporting the nonprofit power of Seattle sports. Don't miss your chance to be among the stars on March 13th at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year presented by Microsoft. Get your tickets now at seattlesports.org.
Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe, defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this: do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models except for the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
O'Brien. Hear that? Sounds like simple. Valvoline Instant Oil Change simple. No appointments. About 15 minutes to change your oil. Then out the door and back to life.
Yeah, honey, on my way.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Expert service doesn't need to be overcomplicated.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, are we just drama manufacturers, Brock, or is there a story here? Look, maybe there's something in between. I don't think we're manufacturing drama. I mean, look, this is a national story. after Randy said things to the media in Spanish that I've literally in my life never heard another major leaguer say about another major leaguer. I've never heard it. So to say it's a non-story, I don't know. I'm sorry. That doesn't work for me. That's not right. This is new. I've never heard this ever in my life. And as I said,
it's a story because Dan has to address it and Cal has to address it and team has to address
Passan's
it.
written about it and John
It was an
Morosi
ESPN headline, by the way, yesterday. It was on one of the top 6 or 7 stories actually for like a day and a half.
How could it not be? And here's what Jeff said.
Cal Raleigh spoke with reporters in Seattle and he said, there is no beef here. I love Randy Arozarena, but it shows you the position that these guys are in. And whether it's going back to the 2008 Olympics with Kobe Bryant saying, I'm going to run through Pau Gasol's chest, even though he's my teammate, even though he's my brother, something different happens when guys put on their uniforms and represent their country. And there was a funny little exchange outside the press conference room here a little bit earlier. Bobby Witt Jr., the shortstop for Team USA and a Kansas City Royal, was walking outside, and standing there was Vinny Pasquantino, who plays for Team Italy and is also a Kansas City Royal. Vinny looks at Bobby and says, am I allowed to shake your hand? So the fallout from this, at very least, they're having fun with it. And I think at the end of the day, the Seattle Mariners are going to be just fine, and Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena are going to get along just like they have before this.
I think that's likely what's going to happen too, but I haven't heard from Randy yet. Let me get away from this and give you just a slightly like a second degree take on this rather than just the back and forth over who was at fault and what happens next.
Okay.
You know what's kind of to blame for this? The awkwardness of the WBC.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's just not a firm understanding of what the commitment is.
Mm-hmm.
If this had happened during Olympic play, with both teams going all out trying to win an Olympic gold medal for their country, there would be no confusion. There would be no awkwardness. There would be no misunderstanding. Both players would not touch the hand of the other or look to make it fun and, quirky. And they wouldn't do that. It would be the Olympics. It would be meaningful. It would mean the world to every single person on every team equally. And there would be no question as to whether or not they were friends during that moment or teammates. Yeah, maybe you wouldn't be, we didn't see any problems like this in the hockey Olympics because everybody knows the rules. Once you're here on this team, you're on this team for those couple of weeks, and there's no doubt about it. It is a separate thing that is built specifically to represent your country in the most important way possible.
Okay.
You can't say that about the WBC. I like the WBC. What was my take and question?
You can't say that when you're in America? Because
I can't say
they're taking it that way in Puerto Rico.
I can't say that about the WBC, period.
Cuba, they're taking it that way in the Dominican Republic.
That's part of the point.
Those teams.
That's part of my point.
Okay.
I can't say that about the WBC because not all teams are taking it equally seriously. In the Olympics, all the teams are taking it exactly the same amount of seriously. You can't tell me that's true about the WBC. You can't tell me the U.S. team is taking it seriously the same way others are. Mark DeRosa is not even a manager, and he's managing the team. They're not playing with that same, passion and that's not the case. It's awkward because not everybody is under the same understanding. It's why I asked you the other day, what is the WBC? Do we fully understand what it is? I don't fully understand. I mostly understand it, but our guys, if it was the Olympics, Cal would be playing every day, but it's not. It's the WBC, and he's in spring training, so he's playing every other day. If it was the Olympics, Tarek Skubal would pitch every 5 days, but he's not. It's the WBC, and it's spring training, so he pitches once. I'm not saying I have a problem with the WBC. I don't. I love it, actually. I think it's great theater, and I love watching baseball, and I will say, last night in the 9th inning, I got that playoff heart-pounding pulse, oh my God, what's going to happen here? That was awesome. But I do think there is an awkwardness when not everyone has the same understanding of just how big a deal this really is.
Okay, I'm glad he's framed it that way at the end because cut 4 here, Cal Raleigh is talking about what the magnitude of this is and his approach to it as well.
Guys are proud to put on, their country's uniform, and I'm proud to put on USA. And like I said, I have a responsibility to my teammates and the country to be focused and locked in, and there's no harm or no bad blood or there's nothing behind it. It's just, it doesn't matter who's on the other side. It could be You know, Team Mexico could be, the Czech Republic, Japan, and DR. Like, you know, I'm out there to win, and I'm out there to play hard and be focused, and I have no bad blood, no beef with anyone.
I mean, he sounds like he's taking it pretty seriously.
Okay.
I think when 45,000 people show up in that place and it's rocking, this isn't sometimes in the Olympics you play in Russia or Japan, you know, like there's nobody in the stands for some of that stuff and odd hours in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a pretty big deal that I think in the arena there, those guys are cranking it up. But I know where you're coming. Go ahead, Lau. I know they're not even taking, like a bunch of them aren't taking it that serious.
Cal Raleigh is taking it seriously. There are people with Team USA not taking it seriously.
Right.
You have Bryce Harper coming out and saying the Olympics would be more important than the WBC if we were playing in the Olympics. You have a roster that, for as good as it is, there's parts of it that are totally unserious. You had the corpse of Paul Goldschmidt out there last night for a game that you actually have to win in pool play. You didn't even realize it. By the way, where is Pete Alonso? Pete Alonso and Trey Turner literally both said the call never came. I would have played for Team USA again. The call never came. They've got Ernie Clement on the roster, who's never been an above-league average hitter in his career, and the corpse of Paul Goldschmidt. Like, if you were taking this seriously, you'd have the best possible team out there.
Some people are taking it that seriously, though.
Some are. Not everybody for Team USA.
And that's kind of my point. There's an awkwardness here of how seriously to take it, because some guys are like, yeah, I make more than that. I make $500 million or whatever the heck the number is for the team that's paying me. This is spring training. I'm getting myself warmed up, and in a couple of weeks, like, it's cool to have these games, and they mean a little bit more, but, you know, at the end of the day, I'm here to play for my MLB team. And other players are like, no, this is the most important thing to me. I'm playing for my country. So because of that, I think
most are that way, by the way.
It does
if
seem
you
that way.
look at the totality of the tournament, I think Shohei is playing pretty hard for Japan and wants to win this thing back-to-back again and be the centerpiece of all of that. And Korea and Taipei, and we mentioned all the Latin countries where this is like, yeah, our chance to stick it to the USA that is the favorite, and you think you're all this or that, and they're playing with unbelievable. I almost used a trash take of this guy, like he's all ticked off that why can't I get this Fernando Tatis?
Yeah,
why can't I get this guy? I'm looking at this guy, and he and the third baseman, they're playing their guts out and their heart out. They play for their country more than they'll play for the Padres.
Yep.
So I think there's a fair amount of folks taking it really, really seriously, Salt. It just so happens that
I'm not disagreeing with that, by the way, but not
Americans
all of them are.
maybe aren't. The Italians were.
The Italians were. They were, and that's why they won yesterday. Yeah, so it is a bit of a funky situation, and I think maybe that is part of the reason you end up with this little issue here. What I and I'll continue because I've gotten a lot of texts this morning, Brock, saying that we shouldn't be talking about this. And here's one from Willem in Maple Valley. This is why we're even talking about this. Is this fun for the media? Throughout the history of pro sports, tiffs like this occur between teammates. No, I'm sorry. I can't come up with one like this.
They do privately all the time.
But not publicly. Come on, Willem. If that's the case, I'm not saying that tiffs don't occur and that we don't find out about them. It happens all the time.
I mean, Richard could not stand Russ by the end. Right?
But he never said so in the media. He never swore at Russ on the record to a reporter in 4 languages. Come on, man. That's never happened. I can't come up with it. Yes, you're right. We've seen fights in the dugout that have spilled into the clubhouse. We've seen that type of thing. We know that.
I watched a D coordinator punch the D-line coach and bloody his mouth right on the sidelines, and I was like, oh, boy. Oh, boy. If the cameras caught this, and thankfully it did not. Wow. It was like, one of those afternoon game. Like, if the cameras would have caught that, this guy would have been fired. I watched those two coaches
Buddy
get
Ryan
up in front of
punch somebody also on the sideline.
Oh, Gilbride. Kevin
Gilbride.
Oh, yeah. Kevin and
they went at it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yes, we've seen that type of stuff. By the way, sometimes it tears teams apart. Sometimes it doesn't. I can't come up with an example of this. I can't. I'm sorry. I cannot. I'm not saying that it makes it worse. I'm just saying it makes it unique. Mm-hmm. There is not one other example I can think of a Major League Baseball player saying words like that about another team, about another player, teammate or opponent, that I can come up with in the history of the game. Mm-hmm. Now, again, I'm not saying that is, maybe there's one or two that I'm missing, But it's not like this is a
and
regular
this is a different.
occurrence.
And by the way, you've got to put an asterisk by this because of all the things that we just talked about for 10 minutes that do make this different. This isn't just the major leagues. This isn't just teammates. You know, these are teammates. Yet they're in an environment cranked up. In you know, as you mentioned, one team unbelievably motivated, the other team kind of motivated. And all that comes about with that. So there is contextually, Salk, when you keep saying, I've never seen this. Well, how long has the
been in this
WBC
spot? You're right.
How long has the WBC been around?
Good point.
Right?
You're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, because that does sort of, but I've still never heard it even about an opponent. I mean, like, you're right. We've definitely never seen it with a player. Have you ever seen it with an opponent? Like, I don't know what to.
No. Again, and Randy can diffuse all of this today, and hopefully he does. Hopefully he just puts this to bed. Like, yep, said some stuff, kind of crossed the line. I was, you know, maybe even joking about some of it, and and we're done. I love Cal. He loves me.
Yeah. And 206. Salk, are the Mariners done because of this? No. Moving on. All right. Well, let me ask you this: if a key Mariner gets hurt and is going to miss a month, are they done? No. Are we going to talk about it? Yeah. It's part of the story. It's the news. And when something like this happens, whether we like to hear it or not, it is news. Just like when Seth Wickersham's article comes out about Russell Wilson and the challenges he was having inside the locker room, there were a lot of the same texts saying nobody cares, nobody wants to hear it, it's really awful, stop talking about it.
Can we get sent a couple drama
queens, all of
I think we got a couple drama queen tiaras.
It turned out that that actually did tear apart the Seahawks. I don't think this is as serious as that. I don't think it's going to have that same level, but I don't know what Randy's going to do next because I don't really understand Randy. I like watching him, but I don't really understand him. I don't know him.
And then throw in this is a contract year for Randy, and throw in that more than likely probably not going to be a Mariner in 2027, coming up on the final year of his contract, right? And if he blows up and has a tremendous year, going to have massive opportunity. Is he a Boris guy?
Yes.
Oh, Randy's a Boris guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So, kind of factor that into the equation as this thing evolves over the course of the season as well. And, he's going to be put in a really favorable spot, get out of that leadoff spot that he was never equipped nor built for. And he's going to, I think be sitting in some pretty prime real estate to have a pretty big time year, statistically speaking.
So I am curious to see what happens next. Randy's got that opportunity today. He can put it to bed. I love what Cal said yesterday to do his part to try to say, hey, this isn't an issue for me. Whether it is or not, that's absolutely the way to handle it. And I thought he did a tremendous job by saying that. And we'll see what Randy does next, and we'll see what happens throughout the season. And, I'll watch it. I'm not saying this is going to ruin the team. Of course not. But we have spent a lot of time talking about how
doubles. What if Randy just doubles?
What if he does? I don't know what Randy's. What if Randy is like?
What's Lyle going to do? What's Lyle going to do if Randy doubles down today? Is there anything he can do today, Lyle, that's going to change?
What if Randy says, "Yes, I meant every word of it"?
That's not happening.
What if he did?
That's not happening.
What if he did?
Now we're really playing into it. I'm with the texters. There's a point to this where we just got to cut it off.
No, you're right. That's not going to happen.
Who's playing into what? Because I think you're playing into something too.
No, I'm trying not to talk about it anymore. I'm just saying,
Lyle said this is a non-story, so there's no reason to talk about it ever.
It's just a joke. It's just
it's not a story. So much that ESPN and Fox and every major national thing. You know what the Mariners have to do to get a national writer to put them onto the ESPN front page?
Fine. Do you want me to rephrase it and say it's getting blown way out of proportion by everybody? I'll say that.
Sure. But you also have to answer me the question that I've asked a few times. Name me one other time that you've heard one player talk about another like that in public.
I already said
You can't.
Never.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that it's going to blow up everything and end the season.
Who's saying that? That's a straw man. Nobody is saying it's going to blow up everything and end the season.
Oh, there are people saying
that. All right, but I'm not.
He learned this way of arguing from you.
That's true.
The other day when I said Ken Walker might be better than you think he is, and you're like, oh, you thought they should have paid him $15 million and kept him here.
All right,
well done, Lyle.
Well done, Lyle. You're really learning your lessons here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Get it together. Don't look like trash. Trash takes. It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. How about it was trash?
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Coming back to bite you.
Somebody's saying, didn't Cal fire Boris? Yeah, but Randy's a Boris guy.
Mm-hmm.
Still is. He hasn't fired him.
No.
That's just not a story. Do you know what the Mariners have to do to get a mention on ESPN's front page?
When were they the last time they were?
I think the Mariners were in the ALCS, and ESPN was like, we're just going to cover the National League. Come on, man.
We'll put them at 4 o'clock on TBS2.
Yeah. All right. Trash takes this week. What do we got? Who's up first today? Lyle, why don't you
do
go
it
first?
last week? But I would have won it last week with my Ryan Clark or 2 weeks ago or whenever.
All right, so I'm going to have Lyle go first.
Yeah. Bring that heat,
I
Lyle.
learned it
Bring
from
that
watching you.
Overblown. Not non-story, overblown.
That's fair. I'll take overblown before I take non-story.
Fine. Anyway, you know what is a story? Mark DeRosa. And I'm going to play a different sound than we've been playing throughout the morning. Because there's another cut of him talking about them winning their game over Mexico, the U.S., and celebrating over it.
Okay.
Well, here's what he said.
So that has been the most enjoyable part of this for us, just kind of bringing the entire group together. I mean, that not only that ended up on the bus, that ended up back at the hotel. There's some guys dragging today.
That's the night before?
Night before. Oh, there's guys dragging today. AK, yeah, let's celebrate. Let's party it up. We beat Mexico. We don't have to win our next game against Italy. We can take it easy.
Oof.
Dude, come on, man.
Oof.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Lyle. All right.
Come on,
Brock, you got some work to do. What do you got today?
Come on, Mark. Well, spring training, so what's the hardest part about us going down and doing spring training?
There is no hard part about it. What
That's
do you
right.
mean?
There's nothing.
It's awesome. It's the best.
It's incredible.
It's free and easy.
Here's our 3 afternoon boys.
Oh, no.
In the supermarket yesterday. At the supermarket.
You're going to have to talk people through this because the audio with the music they put to this is not very good. But
okay.
So this is the most painful part of spring training.
You think we're getting close, Mike? Yeah. We're getting close to the Carcucci board.
The upscale
Lunchables have lead in them?
Okay.
Expert shopping going on right here. Spring training.
Wow, that
Can't hear any of it.
Gosh, that music's
tried,
loud.
yeah.
Come on, Justin. Or Maura is sabotaging me by cranking the music
well, there's
up so
captions
loud.
on the video.
So
no,
what were they saying?
that's just how the audio was, Brock.
Maura sabotaged.
Maura's sabotaging
Typical.
me.
She's
There's
really
captions if
desperate
you go
to
to
win
our
this.
Twitter page.
She's like the Baltimore Ravens. She's just sabotaging.
The
like
only
they're
thing I
doing
heard is
Raiders.
this is
No
the
way I can
hardest
do
part
that.
of
I don't
spring
have
training.
the original audio.
The hardest part.
This is the hardest part.
Why are they going to the grocery store anyway?
Together. And he's
Shannon says they're the big snack show. They need snacks.
Oh, that's true.
And they were looking for their fancy charcuterie board.
Charcuterie? They say charcuterie? Stop it.
Uh-huh.
That didn't happen.
I think he did it on purpose.
Okay.
He's
That
sick.
sounds like a.
Maura,
I'm trying to fit
will
in
you
with the
stop
people.
sabotaging me?
Yeah, Brock, that one stinks.
Do you
Maura,
think
what do you
Dave
have?
actually? I think Dave
I'm
knows.
trying to win, Maura. I'm trying
I
to
don't
win.
want you to
So
win.
is she.
Yes, she's got the tools.
I
to
will agree with
sabotage
them though
me.
on they grabbed the Hillshire Farmed ones. Those are like
Ugh.
the adult version. The Lunchables
Ugh.
are gross. They give you those
Ugh.
little meat discs as opposed to like actual lunch
So
meat.
bad. So bad. And as more of, there's nothing hard about spring training. This is the worst part of spring. There's nothing.
This is the worst part of spring training. What? What's the worst part? You know what the worst part of going to spring training is? Coming home.
Uh-huh.
The drive to the airport where you're like, landing at SeaTac, getting outside and being like, it's 48 degrees and peeing rain. This stinks. Sorry.
That's all.
All right.
I got.
More, what do you got?
All right, I have one Michael Lombardi,
Hmm.
the UNC football GM who works for Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Going on Pat McAfee and whining about how much they got attacked.
Oh, no.
And it's only because they're worth attacking.
All during those stormy times, all during when the boat was getting capsized, when people were attacking us with fake rumors and fake stories all over. Nobody's corrected them yet, but that's okay. We understand. Our players hung together. We did not lose one single recruit to another team. Now, they tried, but we didn't lose one single recruit. If you're not worth a darn, they're not going to attack you. You know, some programs are not worth attacking. They're going to attack us. We expect it. It's all good. We've been in the arena before. We don't listen to the noise. We focus on what we have to focus on, and we move forward.
So bad.
They went 4-8, 2-6 in the conference.
Oh.
Just
we don't
people
listen
just
to
so
the noise.
jealous they're attacking
We
them.
don't listen to the noise, but I'm going to yell at the noise.
Yeah. All
and
right.
you didn't bring any of that on yourselves with Belichick's girlfriend constantly
not
putting
at all.
herself in the spotlight.
Brock, you might have had a chance this week, but the audio's so bad that I can't give it to you because I just don't really know what they're saying. I don't like hearing this is the worst part of spring training, but also I'm not giving the worst take of the week to our afternoon show. Are you crazy? So I'm going to say that one comes in third. Yeah, of course I am. Have you seen? We just talked about waking up Wyman. The man's like a bear. Of course I'm scared.
Well, he says he can beat up a dumb bear.
And he might be less intimidating than an angry Bob. So, like,
True.
Might be. And you know what? It's pretty even. I'm not messing with either of those guys. So thanks for nominating. You lose. More and Lyle. More, it's a good one with Michael Lombardi. But I'm going to say two things. One, what's he supposed to say? He's got to sell his program, right? He's in the business of trying to get people to believe that UNC is just fine, even while we see the fire all around him. So I don't know what choice he has. If he goes on the show, he's got to try to do damage control, and that's kind of how you do it. I'm not saying that he's right. I'm not saying that it's not a dumb take, but I don't know what else he's supposed to say.
You guys forgot my birthday, and I'm not even going to get a trash take.
Seriously, Salt. DeRosa's just dumb.
I did
It's not a
forget
dumb
your birthday.
take. He's just being dumb. That's
Yeah,
a
Lyle's
trash
once again
take.
isn't really a take. So
What do you mean once again? When was the last time?
Like a year, while, but
year
still,
ago?
like, you know, it's
a couple weeks ago.
No,
it's not
no.
really a take.
A take is a belief.
Yeah, kind of.
They partied too hard.
I'm gonna go with it anyway. That's ridiculous. I mean, poor
Oh,
Mark Rose. He's just making such a mess of this whole
You can
thing.
make good for forgetting her birthday, and here you go.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Smarter than that.
Brock, you know, you gotta have integrity. You gotta go with the best
You gotta
one.
have conviction, right?
You gotta
have
go with the
conviction.
best one. So there you go. Lyle, you win trash takes today. Happy birthday.
Thank you, guys.
Lyle, you
What's
know
Chris got
Simpsons, right?
planned for you tonight, Maura? What do we got planned? We're going to a nice dinner? What are we
Going out for a
doing?
little Italian food.
A little Italian dinner.
That's pretty good. Maybe like Team USA. We'll see what kind of shape Maura's in when she comes in tomorrow after
Well,
celebrating
yeah,
her
this is
birthday
me asking
tonight.
for permission to not send
Yes.
very much of an email tonight.
Yeah, oh, for sure. That'll be your
Permission
birthday gift.
denied. What do you mean? Permission denied. Of course you're going to send an email. What, you want us to do the work?
Yeah.
What, are you crazy?
Yes, Maura.
We're not
yes.
doing the work.
Yes, Maura. Yes.
Like Cinderella, you get back there and you do your work, Maura. You're not going out to dinner.
The Saluki wants a night off.
Fine.
Yes.
That works for us. Happy birthday, Maura. 32 looks great on you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Lyle, congratulations on arguing like me and then on winning trash takes.
And I did not know who that person was that you were playing. So
The Beatles.
No,
Yeah, that would be
oh.
the Beatles. Yeah, that's not really worth knowing. We got to get out of here. Bump and Stacy up next. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Maybe Randy will talk by then. Till then, the hay.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
NFL free agency is underway.
Walker finds a gap, 40, 35.
Ian Rappaport, the Chiefs are signing Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker.
3 years, $45 million.
The worth of K9 to the market was far greater than the value that it could be here. I thought John laid that out really well last Thursday with Dave and Bob.
What's his value for us, and how do we fit that in?
What's next for the Seahawks?
$58 million in cap space right now. You have guys locked up for a couple years.
We're the home of your Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
Do you need a new roof? Then trust your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing to get you taken care of this spring. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and secure $500 off your roof replacement. Right now, you can still take advantage of spring pricing and beat the summer rush. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hold on tight. We've got prizes so big, they'll make your head spin. Win up to $10,000 in cash every Saturday night in March at Silver Reef. With 2 new winners drawn every hour from 6:30 to 11:30, you're sure to have luck on your side. Claim 1 free Spin to Win entry every day. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. We're showing you the green for St. Patty's Day. Right now, find your pot of gold with exciting savings on saltwater hot tubs. Best of all, you'll get 5 full years to pay for it interest-free. Wow! Don't let your luck run out. This limited event ends St. Patrick's Day. Visit us today at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Worried about tariffs, imports, hidden fees on your trees? Relax. At Big Trees, the only thing growing faster than our trees is your relief, because trees don't come with tariffs. What you will find is a massive nursery open to the public with hundreds of locally grown trees ready for planting. Come visit our nursery today or online at bigtreesupply.com. That's bigtreesupply.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident,